Cool, and we're live. Hello, and welcome to the Legends of Tabletop podcast. We're getting ready to jump into our 36th session of DayTrippers, a game that we have not played correctly, maybe but for a handful of sessions. we have a special guest tonight. We're going to slot him in a little bit later on. But I'm going to kick it over to Todd so he can give us a recap, and then we'll pick it up and see what happens.
Hey, wow. It's like 5 sessions now, and we moved something like 48 hours because things are just piling on top of each other. But it really seems like reality is starting to come unhinged, and you guys are less and less sure that you're in the same Earth timeline you thought you were in, which leaves open the question, well, where the fuck are we? You're sitting in your motel room discussing what to do. Reggie started jonesing for Comanaprazole. His head is not doing well ever since that experiment. He keeps blinking in and out of this reality. In the second reality, overlaid on top of this one, he feels like he's in a tank of blue gel, and he keeps feeling like he has always been in this tank. Now, at the same time, Nash, who has been sort of shining his responsibilities with Scylla's show, and failing to respond to, like, I think 19 phone messages. So he finally calls Scylla. She breaks off from a meeting. She seems really snippy, not doing well. She says she's not sure she can go on like this. And he's not really sure if she's talking about the show or the relationship or both, but things are going to change on a big level. Scylla leaves the phone call by telling him, we need to talk when you have the time. So it doesn't look good for Nash and Scylla's relationship right now. It doesn't look good for the nature of your relation to reality right now. And Reggie is jonesing, flipping out. He's in a strange space where he's like half addicted to 2 different substances, both of which have conflicting effects on his brain. And now it's like it's getting harder and harder for you even to tell, Reggie, whether you want more V-stim or more nappy, or maybe if I just put on a V-stim helmet, turned it up, and took a nappy, maybe that's what, right? Because you're like, now you're addicted to both, but they pull your brain in opposite directions. It's like you're into speed and quaaludes, both.
It's almost like that's the eventuality of all of the things I've done throughout this entire adventure. I'm just going to end up doing both and all of the things at once. You're
doing serious damage to your brain.
You know what doesn't matter anymore? Nothing matters anymore. and it's a brain. It's nothing.
So you're sitting there in the motel room. You're jonesing for a nappy. There's a loud ping. You all hear it. Fuck, here it is again. The light in the room dims noticeably. Trae checks on the net. He makes sure that he goes out to his favorite forum, his favorite haunt. Is it the Argo fans? Yeah, Argo fans. You're in a different reality. The threads are different. His thread isn't there. There's another thread there instead. When Nash tries touching Reggie, his hand actually passed into Reggie's skin as though Reggie was a hologram. And then it all went back to normal reality again. Just for an inexplicable minute, you were in another timeline, and then back in this, you were in another reality, and then back in this one. Reggie's phone rings, and it's Chip. Because hundreds of miles away in the institution, he felt it too. It's just getting seriously fucking weird. So Trae hacks into the municipal police system. He digs up some past traffic records on Reggie. It supports the idea that you are indeed back in your original reality. You find some old, arrest records and stuff. So it looks like you're back in your original reality. And by the way, we found out in a flashback scene that Reggie actually dug out his PID. He dug it out of his arm years ago, and he left it in the Therabot back in 2118. So Reggie's walking around, he's probably got a scar on his arm somewhere, or on his shoulder. What do we say? Clavicle, something like that.
Yep, in a clavicle.
Where he dug out the chip. So they make a plan. Nash will go meet with Dr. Cordova, find out what the fuck's going on there. Trae will hack into Somnambula as Callista Kinnear, who's an employee, while staying in touch with Nash and Reggie. And Reggie will lay low. He goes to David Foster Wallace Park, and he's feeding the birds. And while he's hanging out there, Nash is having a conversation with Cordova We're gonna pick up with Trae in a minute, but let me just fill you in on Nash's conversation with Cordoba. Cordoba has invented a nanotech version of Diaspora's temporal resistance amplifier. The blue goo is basically a slip ship in liquid form that projects your consciousness, your dream consciousness, to another reality. It works like a slip ship, but it's in liquid form. And his whole idea, as he tells Nash, was that he was hoping to be able to commoditize this as a product. You could invite friends to, lay in their tub and join you in your dream world. But something went hideously wrong with the experiments regarding Frank Frass. Somehow, after sending Frass into one of his own dreams, a series of echoes began occurring, and every time Frass got out of the tank, a new one appeared. There are now 11 Franks. Cordoba quickly built additional tanks. He drugged them, sedated them, stuck them all back in their tanks. There's one missing. This is the one we're going to meet tonight. Frank...
Can I just stop for 1 second? I totally do not remember that one Frank was missing. This is new information.
He did not so much say that to you, but I'm doing the math. Okay,
yeah.
So that you've heard 11 dreamers, 11 dreamers, 11 dreamers, and then you heard there were 10 Franks. Then you heard the 11th Frank as Cordoba's talking to you. Now, he never said one of them's missing. I'm telling you that because you're driving home thinking, wait a minute, 10 or 11? And that's when something weird happens and every other thought is pushed out of your head. But before that, let's back up a little bit. Nash is having his conversation with Cordoba. Cordoba is explaining how the Frass experiments went badly awry. Before he was able to pull it offline, he ended up with 11 copies of this dude. And that's not the bad news. The bad news is this dude is a dreamer. He has the ability to affect reality. And the fact that there are 11 of him seems to have drastically multiplied that capability. That's the information that you're left with. The Frank, as Cordoba calls him, is actually a collective intelligence, a powerful dreamer with 11 minds. And he's pissed. And so would you be. In a minute, Reggie's going to have the final episode of the last episode. But it sounds like we need to handle a couple roles for Trae just before that happens. So we're jumping back in time just a minute or two. Hit me, Jesse.
All right. So Trae. So, all right. First things first. Before anything else moves along, this one thing has to happen. So back on the train, when we were heading into San Francisco, I believe is where we were going. Nash.
San Francisco.
Not that one. No, wait. That's a different show. Never mind. No,
I remember Chevy Chase going, I'm from San Bernardino.
So when we were on the train and Nash first called Cordova, Trae anonymized his phone for him, bounced it off rerouted it just in case, right? Would it be possible for me, and I'll do whatever you want for it, if you want XP or whatever, would it be possible that just out of habit, Trae would have put a remote connection on that phone? He's used to having access, like comm access to his team.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's not quite like, going back to pick up a skill in a life shaper.
Right.
That's a full on retcon.
Okay. Well, without that vital information, basically my whole plan is out of sync. So we don't necessarily have to worry about everything that I planned.
why do you say that? You do have the personnel ID of Callista Kinnear, and that can get you into the system. Once you're in, you can hack your way as you usually do.
Yes, but he's missing a vital piece of information. So Trae does not know about anything that Jack talked to Cordova with.
Correct.
And in essence, he has no idea about Frank. He doesn't know about any of that.
Correct. Now, the assumption when you made your plan was that Nash is going to go meet with Cordova. Reggie's going to just fucking do nothing. Just do nothing, right? And Trae is going to hack into Somnambula, but that you would remain in touch with each other the whole way. Mm-hmm. So it's not hard to say that Jack is talking with you while he's driving right fucking now. That's okay.
If that is something that Jack would be okay with.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so again, we backed up before the final moment of the last episode, right? We're just like a minute before that, and Nash is in the car on the way home. He's processing what he just learned from Cordova, and he calls up Trae and goes, "Hey, Trae, listen to this."
Trae, look, I'm leaving the meet with Cordova. Fucking the blue goo, the pods that we were talking about. It's like its own slip ship. The goo itself is able to move you to other worlds, just like the slip ship would. He found this guy, and one of the dreamers, and he was doing experiments. Of course, the motherfucker want to commoditize everything. Like that's what it's all about. So he sent him in. He sent him into his own dream world, and I don't know what happened. He doesn't know what happened, but he sent him in, and as he was coming out, he got more Franks. There's like 11 of these guys, and I think, if I'm calculating correctly, I think there's one that's not accounted for right now.
So, is this Frank what is causing Mr. Reggie to have episodes?
Yeah, there's like 11. It's like he's like a hive mind now. It's just there's like Franks all together. I mean, they're able to just manipulate the ping. That's that. He's able to.
So in essence, this Frank with
Cordova explained to Nash that the ping sound is actually the sound that's heard in the laboratory. Mm-hmm. Whenever something goes wrong with one of the Franks, it's usually that he has either awakened or some disturbing dream imagery has been triggered. Mm-hmm. And he's got him rigged up to, every one of the Franks is rigged up to basically a dream deck. So they're monitoring everything that's going on in his sedated mind at all times, in all 11 or all 10 of them. So anytime one of them wakes up or has spikes in their dreamometer, that ping is heard in Somnambula Laboratories. Why you guys are hearing it out in the world? No fucking idea.
So, in essence, Frank is DDoSing our reality.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, Trae.
It's the by multiplying his abilities, he is able to focus from multiple angles into a single source, thus disrupting it even more so than he would be if he was just one person.
Frank approves.
Sure, we'll go with that.
I believe I have a solution then.
All right. Did you get anywhere with the break-in? I mean, were you able to figure out anything?
I did. And I believe I just figured out more.
Oh, all right. Have you heard from Reggie?
I have not. I believe at this point in time, it would be best if you communicated with him. I will reach back to you when I have more information.
All right. Sounds good. You do your thing.
Will do, sir.
All right. And if you want to do Jesse's scene, but then he would call in to check to make sure that Reggie was still okay.
You're going to get like one sentence into that phone call. And that's it. So you start to dial Reggie. Reggie is leaning over as he grabs his phone. That's as far as you're going to get one sentence. You think, because I'm going to give you one sentence to say to Reggie. Meanwhile, Trae, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. All right. So at this point in time, he is already in the system as Callista. So he is in HR. All right. So what he's going to do first is hire himself. He's going to create credentials and put himself in the IT department.
Right. And this is not even very hard. Beta 3. That's a programming B3.
All right. That is a 7.
Yeah, you know
actually,
that's a yes.
8. Sorry.
That's a yes and. What's the and? While you're in there.
Yep. The and is that he is able to. So he's probably aware that with Cordova being onto him, he has a hit out on him. So, but he is able to. All right, tell me if I'm going too far. He's able to almost blind his face. So, like, he'll be able to, unless that's like a bump up to security or into the security, into the camera system.
Well, yeah, that definitely goes beyond HR.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Of course.
Just when you hire yourself,
mm-hmm.
like, it doesn't flag anywhere. Like, they don't go, oh, who's the new hire? Or, oh, when did this hire take place? Like, it just flies under the radar.
Yeah.
Discuss.
How about that? Oh, how about if I, all right, so taking that, what if I hire myself and then schedule myself an appointment so that it's not so I'll actually have somewhere to go when I get, so like when I get to the security check at the beginning of the building, they'll look in and then actually see that I have like a meeting to be to.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
That
all right.
As a matter of fact, here you go, because this was an and, so I'm gonna give you a little boon here. There is an orientation meeting scheduled for a couple new hires, so you just slot yourself right in there.
Sounds good. All right. Then does he? Do I? I don't. All right. So yeah, he has. He puts his credentials in there. He probably has like a photo of himself on file that because he does this on the regular. So he puts himself in, gives that, schedules himself to the orientation, and then basically gets up and starts walking to the building.
I think that most of that probably happened before Nash called you, because there was quite some time with Nash conversing with Cordova.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was actually what we just played was happening while Nash was talking with Cordova. Now that you've finished, you get the phone call from Nash, and you stand up and stretch and decide to take a little bit of a walk. And Nash, you call Reggie. You get one sentence out.
Reggie, you okay?
All right.
I thought there was a sentence, and then
No, he gets one out to you. You realize that Nash is calling you with information. You're just bending over to pick up your stuff. The phone rings. You grab it out of your pocket. You look at it. It's Nash. You hit it. He goes, Reggie, are you okay? And just then, there's this loud cracking sound. You all look up. The sky shatters like a huge pane of glass. And behind it, blue, dark blue, thick, you know exactly what that is. And all around you, Jack, you're on the freeway. Cars begin swerving and braking and crashing into each other. Trae, you're standing on the patio at the motel. People begin opening their doors and windows, coming out, looking at the sky. Other people are running, screaming into shelter anywhere they can. And Reggie, at the park, everybody's screaming and running in like random directions. The sky just broke. What do you do?
I have a solution.
John, now we can't hear you at all.
I haven't said anything yet.
Oh, okay. It looked like your mouth.
He was just standing there, mouth agape.
My mouth was moving. I was just there was no noise coming out. Is it better now? Is it better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So, all right. So, what does Reggie do? Wait, am I on the phone with Nash too?
Yeah, you've got the phone in your hand.
Hey, you seeing this too, or is this like the beginning of the end for me?
Fuck.
Yeah,
okay, I
I
guess you are seeing it.
Nash, I need you to make a grace roll, beat 5,
All right.
because traffic is coming to a screeching halt in front of you, and there's been a collision in your lane.
Can I use
Get the
stealth?
fuck out of the way. No, do you have drive?
3 2s.
No
Oh.
no driving skill, no piloting skill.
Nope. He's a ground pounder.
Jack, you've collided into the rear end of the truck in front of you. The airbag explodes, and you take 1 point of grace damage.
Okay.
What was that?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Reggie,
The phone goes flying out of your hand.
the phone goes flying out of his hand, and you hear it go thunk thunk on the floor somewhere.
Oh, that's no
Ah.
You're all surrounded by people screaming, and now sirens are beginning to go off.
Oh,
Trae.
this is probably no good.
So Trae is just exiting the little cafe, and so he'll basically start kind of even. Well, I suppose everybody's kind of in chaos right now, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
him starting to run down the street won't look odd. So he will do that. He'll run.
Have you ever been in a very large earthquake?
I have not. I live on the East Coast.
Oh. Okay, because I was going to say it's like a very large earthquake, but everybody is on acid.
Okay.
So yeah, he's gonna start running to Somnambula, which I suppose is, considering this is like the coffee shop that Callista takes her breaks at, it's probably like pretty close.
She takes a cab. It's a couple miles.
Damn it. I'm gonna run like full speed.
All right. Booking. Hey,
Yep.
Frank. I'm going to talk to you.
Yeah.
You just had a really, really bad day. Okay, you lost the last hard credit card that you had. It just sort of slipped out of your fingers because you're dealing with too much shit and you're all stressed out, and it slid into a sewer grating. And now you have no fucking money. You've been sleeping on the street. You literally have like nowhere to live. You live in a cardboard box. Your hatred of Cordoba and his damned experiment builds every day, and your nightmares have been building in intensity. You hate this whole fucking world. But every time you try to enact something to express your anger, something stops you. And you've given this something a name, and you call it Reggie. You're getting pretty pissed at this Reggie thing. You just awakened from a dream in which a wall of Reggies, like extending into forever, blocked you like ninjas in a movie where just the next one keeps coming and the next one keeps coming and the next one keeps coming, and you're just so fucking. What you really wanted to do is just grab the whole world and shake it like a fucking snow globe. But these Reggies are getting in your way. You just keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them, and another one comes and another one comes and another one comes, and finally you scream and the snow globe shatters in your hands. And when you look up, you see that the sky has shattered, and you go, "That's right." Then what do you do?
Look up into the sky. What's I see the same blue.
It's the fucking blue gel. You can't
That
get away from it.
fucking figures. I'm going to put a call out to the world. Bring me Reggie.
Okay, this is going to be a psyche roll plus lucid dreaming.
Ooh, looks like Reggie has some competition.
You need to beat an 8.
I need another die. Excuse me. I forgot how big these pools can get.
What is your psyche? 4?
Psyche is 3. Lucid dreaming is 4.
Okay, so you need 3 dice. Take the highest. Add 4.
Add 4. Right. Sorry. Been a minute. That'll be a 9.
Oh, wow. You just barely succeeded. You nailed it precisely. So, here's the thing. Everybody else, let me see. How do we do this? Everybody else do a psyche roll. And I want to hear from the person who fails to beat 5.
5 and a 6.
Yep, 6.
John? Alpha?
I got a big old 3. I only got 1 die to roll, so.
Nash? You've hit the truck, the airbag explodes, like the first word out of your mouth, fuck! And you're not even done saying the K and fuck when your voice is muffled in the airbag. But now you've sort of pushed it aside and you're like looking around for your phone. When you hear very clearly and distinctly a voice in your head that says, "Bring me Reggie." Not only that, you know the general direction from which it came, and it's kind of, generally speaking, in the direction of Somnambula headquarters. Because, Frank, that's another thing. You've been kind of circling around Somnambula headquarters trying to figure out your next move.
He just like shakes his head, figuring that like he's got a concussion or some shit now. And he's like groping around. He's like, "Reggie, are you still there? Ah, fuck. What's it? Bring me Reggie. What the fuck?"
Now.
Clear as day. Clear as day. A voice you do not recognize.
He holds the phone up. "Reggie, is that you?"
Nash! Nash, what are you doing? What happened?
Now, Reggie doesn't hear it.
I'm hearing voices.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome to all of the clubs I've joined. Where are you? What happened?
I was in an accident. Fuck, my head is killing me.
Where are you? I'm coming to you.
I'm on the freeway. I was coming back to the hotel. Fuck.
Oh, we have to be better than this. I need to come to you. So you're on the freeway gives me nothing. You know what? Fuck it. Hey, can I try to just like be there? Like with the Can I just be there?
This is
I'm panicking a little bit. Like John is panicking a little bit at the Blue Goose guy.
Yeah.
There's gonna be something. There's something there. Blue Goose Sky. There's a song about blue skies. Blue Goose. I'll have it. I'll have it at some point. But yeah, I want to try to put myself. I just want to be there with him.
Mr. Blue Sky. That's weird.
Yeah, Mr. Glue. Yeah,
Mr. Blue Goose.
Mr. Goose Guy.
Yeah, there's something. There has to be.
Mr. Blue Side.
All right, Reggie. So this is a lucid dreaming roll. B8.
Okay. All right. Oh my. Okay, I got a 4, but I have a 4 in lucid dreaming. So that's an 8 on the dot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a yes, but
okay. How about wait? Yes. Oh wait. Oh, do you give me the butt? Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I came out wrong. That was the bad way to say that.
I'm gonna give you the butt.
Give it all to me.
Phrasing.
You actually stand up, turn around, and you're standing on the freeway.
Nash!
Right next to Nash's car. Buck naked.
You know what? Hey, you know what? Can I submit? Not that bad of a butt for Reggie.
To be fair, we don't know if Reggie wasn't buck naked before this. So
nobody knows.
He doesn't have the diaper on?
He has nothing on.
There's no diaper? Oh no, that throws the whole thing. The whole thing's gone. Okay, immediately. Okay, Nash. Oh no. Oh Nash, I'm naked. I know this is all good.
What the hell, man?
Just don't. I'm sorry, you can't unsee this. It's not gonna do any good if you just like lose yourself in the moment. Please, are you okay? And Reggie starts putting his hands on them and gets in close to you. Like, come on, what is it? What are you saying?
The front windshield is shattered. The front end of the car is badly messed up, but the engine block is okay. You don't see any fluids. You think the car may be drivable?
No shit. Hey, I think. Why don't you move over a little bit?
Yeah.
Can you push over, Reggie? I know.
Yeah,
I can tell you. I mean, you got in an accident. I mean, things are all crazy. I mean, look around you. Look at the sky. We're fucked. I'm gonna drive though, and Reggie gets in and starts driving the car.
Okay, well, there's like randomly stopped cars and collisions and stuff in your way. It's actually not going to be, smooth sailing to get through.
Okay, I feel good about driving, like parkour driving. Can I try to parkour drive? I want to parkour drive.
There's people. They're getting out of their cars. They're standing in the street. They're looking at the sky.
I don't want to
if you try to go fast, you will probably kill people.
Oh, I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but like the sky, we're in the jail. So I'm just going to parkour drive. And the car's going to be flying. We're going to parkour with the car. Is that cool? He says to Nash, and the voice is in his head.
I don't know. Look, whatever. It feels like it's coming like towards Somnambula. Maybe.
Yeah. No, that's where we're going.
Frank got out.
That's too late.
He's like, that's where we're going.
It's too late for anything else. Everything's tits up. That's where we're going right now.
Okay,
so I want to parkour drive.
Okay, so I need two.
Yep. Yeah. I know.
I feel like I want 2 rolls from you, okay? Because I want a driving roll, and I also want a lucid dreaming roll. I'm trying to figure out how to combine them. Maybe
lucid grace, a lucid grace,
lucid driving,
lucid driving. There you go.
It was right there. Nice.
Lucid driving, baby. Little more lucid driving in the world would be helpful.
It would be.
We're going to go ahead and make the driving roll first because it's the less dramatic of the two. Probably. Okay,
let's do that.
So
can I do
through? It's still going to be hard. You need to beat a 5.
Okay.
So that's grace plus driving. Now you probably don't have driving. You have piloting air. So you get that -1.
-1. Okay. All right. So I'm doing it at a +1. All right. Okay. 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 There's another 4. So 6. So 5. That's addition.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm nervous. Hey Todd, I'm nervous. Right now.
Yeah, you should be. You should be.
I am.
Say that.
This could be it. This could be it for Reggie, and I'm totally okay with it. But this is fine.
Okay, so you're able to control the car physically.
Yeah.
And now we want to use lucid dreaming to just sort of make sure there's a way for you. Like you just make that guy want to move. You just make that car easy to hit. You just make that wall support your weight for a minute. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Come on, MLP dice.
Let me just back up for 1 second. It was a hard roll, right? I got a 5. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I said the wrong math. I didn't know if. Okay. All right.
So that means you hit exactly. So that's a yes, but.
Yeah.
That means
I get the butt again.
You're going to get the butt again unless the lucid dreaming roll is good enough to offset that because your driving is not quite good enough. No. You're going to have to make up the difference by lucid. You know what the problem is? You got up on the divider wall. Your left wheels are on the wall, but right up ahead of you, there's a T-boned truck that went straight into the wall. There's not enough space for you to clear that, and you're going to need to go over on the other side, which is there's no way to do that without making part of the wall disappear right fucking now. So So this is a lucid dreaming roll, and it's absurd. You have to beat 9.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is why I have a 4 in lucid dreaming. So for shit like this. All right, Nash, hey, watch this. Hold on, I'm going to try something. Okay, well, there's a 5, so 9.
That's a yes. That's a yes and.
I'm getting no 6s. I'm not feeling great about this session tonight, guys. My little pony dice could be running out of juice.
Now I'm naked.
Yeah, the wall disappears, and Nash's clothes get stuck on the wall, and we're both naked in the car. Is this how DayTrippers is? Is this DayTrippers?
We're getting close.
I think this is Night Trippers.
Night Trippers.
Yeah. Part of the divider wall just sort of like disappears. Suddenly the freeway is now it's just 8 lanes. There is no divider wall. And you've got twice as much space to play with.
Beautiful.
And so you do. And what's the end?
What's the end? Oh man.
Close back.
No, he wouldn't even be thinking
That's not
about that. He doesn't give a. He's over it. At this point, he's over it. But he doesn't like that everything is just out in the open. All right.
The leather warmed up. He's fine.
Maybe this is too much. Yes, and it's just a straight shot to Somnambula. Like we're a straight shot to Somnambula. No more obstacles. Everything's just fine. We're just gonna get right there. Just as
a matter of fact, it's like 2 miles up, that off ramp right there, and then just about 1 mile.
It's the Ace Ventura scene where he takes a shortcut. Bang bang, bang bang. Remember that one from Ace Ventura 2?
Nice. That was a terrible movie.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't great. They don't age very well, but some of the stuff was fun. But yeah, that's what happens. There's a shortcut I find. There's a shortcut. No, it's fine. Everything's good. See, we're at Somnambula. That's fine, right? Everything's.
Okay.
I don't. Maybe. Right. Fuck. I don't know.
God, we need to get you medical attention. We need medical attention for you.
Frank, your call has gone out. You are certain that many people have heard it, and just not even a minute later, you feel that the Reggie is coming. Someone's bringing it.
Crazy.
Went right over my head. Thank you, Frank.
It's coming in the butt.
Okay.
It's already naked.
You know what? This is the singularity. Right? Naked, coming in butt. Everything's on. Everything's going great.
You know what, baby? This is all on you. You started all of this.
I agree. I'm in the hell of my own. Yep, I've done it
in the making.
I'm
All
so
down to this one
sorry.
moment.
I'm so sorry.
What do you think, Frank? Have you started assembling maybe like at least a priority? Do we handle Reggie first and then Cordoba, or do we?
I think I'm gonna have to handle Reggie first because I don't want anything between me and Cordoba.
Ooh,
that's a good point.
No barrier.
That's a good point. Is there anything you do to prepare? Now, you are now Somnambula is located like a mile off the main road, so you're in sort of like a suburb of a larger suburb in the Bay Area, somewhere around there. So I mean, there's a convenience store, there's a hardware store, there's some, if you needed to buy anything or pick up, steal anything, there's civilization around.
It's the last time I ate.
Yeah, it's been a while. But you're out of money.
Yeah. Well, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do a quickie gulp. Pick up a Snickers and a caffeine sip.
You're just gonna eat it right there in the store?
Yeah. And I'm gonna handle the wrapper. And the wrapper is a 10.
That's amazing.
I mean, you're not yourself when you're hungry.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
it's just it's just a little lucid dreaming roll. Beat 4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a 9. Like,
not only is the wrapper a 10, but what else? And
yeah, he owes me change.
Sir, here's your 40, 50, 70, 90, 97, 50.
Thank you.
That's the most ominous transaction. There's commerce is never going to be the same.
Capitalism. Hack the system. And as I'm walking back to Somnambula,
the capitalist system is actually not very oppressive if you happen to be able to lucid dream reality into existence.
Indeed, it's about the only way it works for anybody. But
that's how it works for Jeff Bezos. Then he just lucid dreams.
American dream. They make it literally.
We can identify the dreamers. It's wicked easy, guys.
We did it.
We did it.
The American
that hits
the dream.
That hits the spot. Now you've got sugar and Cavex in your system.
Fuck yeah. So on my way back over, I'm bringing the bugs. All of the insects anywhere near me are coming with me.
Really? That's very interesting. Okay, well,
what's that?
You gotta, yeah, that's a 7. You're gonna have to beat 7. That's pretty unlikely. I love how this game forces me to make realistic judgments about the likelihood of psychically controlling insects.
It's another 9.
I mean, if Ant-Man can do it, so can Frank. How hard can it really
come on.
Yeah.
Love it. So that's a see by more than one. Yeah. And
yeah, that's a yes and.
They're growing.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because by the time you've covered the distance between here and Somnambula, ants are about the size of footballs. And the beetles are like the size of medicine balls. And there's a few hundred of each.
Yeah. And, by this point, I mean, the murder hornets are pretty widespread.
Yes. That would make sense.
Kind of become native.
The murder hornets are like
they live here now.
Long. Yeah. Okay, so
you're fucked.
So before things get really interesting, I'm going to jump over to Trae. Trae, what's going on?
Well, it depends. Has Trae made it to Somnambula yet?
You are on foot. There, boy. And I hate tactical maps, but I think that it just sort of fortunately happens through the magic of narrative drama that all 3 groups sort of come into sight of each other at the same time. So there's a car doing impossible things coming down the highway, like banking off the walls and turning at a degree that any lesser driver would be dead even trying. You're just coming so fast. You're like doing 120, on roads that were built for 40, 45. There's a man running who you can see coming up from the south at full speed. He's running pretty fast because Trae, with so much of your body is mechanical, you don't tire quite as easily or quickly as a normal person.
Plus, I'm well trained as well. He's not a desk jockey. He is physically trained. He needs to be able to keep up with the rest of his team. So
well, yeah, but you can also, you can literally tell your DNI to release more adrenaline and less serotonin.
Right. Yeah.
So there's a guy running at full speed toward the Somnambula building. There's a car coming up from the distance from the east, driving impossibly toward the building. And both of you guys notice between you and the Somnambula building, there's a man with an army of giant insects.
All of this makes complete sense. Trust me.
Okay. And at this point, you've gained visual on each other, so you're like 1,000 feet away from each other. It's like a big triangle. You all see each other at the same time.
All right.
I knew it.
Go
Ray.
ahead.
I knew it.
Frank,
No, I knew it.
You know that the Reggie is in that car.
Murder hornet.
You don't know who this dude is over here. Murder hornet flying toward the car. Frank, beat a 5. Lucid dreaming.
That's another 9.
Yes, and okay, a large murder hornet breaks off from the group and begins flying straight toward the car. And Frank,
It's big enough to pick up the car.
oh my god! Okay, I think we're entering action frames now. What's everybody doing?
I'll go last.
Nash pulls out the gun and tries to shoot the hornet.
Yeah, you do. Trae, you're like 1,000 feet off, but you see this happening.
Yep. All right. Trae is gonna send out a quick ping to see if there's any.
No more pings.
No. Are there any cars with self-driving around him, preferably near Frank?
You know what? No, because this is basically a long driveway to Somnambula. It's the last stretch of road.
Okay. All right. Yeah. In that case, he's gonna. So in his mind, he originally was gonna take out the satellite systems, right? If you can take out the remote systems, then it just leaves the less powerful node in the middle. But right now, he has the main node right in front of him. So if he can take that out, then it will lose connection to the remote systems, and the hack will effectively be stopped.
Wait, what? What happened?
If he, so basically, that's how he's figuring, like, he was originally going to try to take out as many Franks as possible and hopefully weaken the system, weaken the attack.
From inside, okay.
From inside, yes. But if he can take out the Frank, which he supposes is now right in front of him, then the other Franks don't matter. They're remote access.
That seems like a pretty good theory, yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to take out his pistol and start firing at the Frank then.
Okay, that's a long distance shot, so
it is.
Give me a neg for that. And Reggie, this murder hornet will be upon the vehicle at the end of this turn, but in this frame, I want to know what everybody's doing. These two guys are firing shots, and you are.
Well, I know this isn't going to happen, okay? But I'm going to turn the murder hornet into the murder horn, the mountain, and just have it be in the middle of everybody.
Okay.
Matterhorn?
Is that lucid dreaming? Can I turn him into a huge mountain?
Yeah, it is. But here's the way it's going to work.
Yeah.
Frank does a lucid dreaming roll.
Mm-hmm.
And you do a lucid dreaming roll.
An opposed lucid dreaming roll.
But,
this is so beautiful.
but this is Frank's thing. So
Yes.
So you're at a neg 2.
Can I perhaps? Okay, I'll be at a neg. So let me ask you this. This is. I don't know that it's a his thing. Do I?
Well, it came from his group.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I see. Hold on. I'm just trying to get into the headspace. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be at a neg 2. I'm good.
Okay, because basically you see a man with an army of bugs, and one of the bugs comes toward you. You can kind of assume it's with him, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you with Frank? And then. Well, okay. Well, 6. So 8 plus 2.
So 10 is your total, Frank.
Wait, 10 is my total?
Didn't you say that?
No. My total was 8.
Your total was 8, and his was 10. That completely fails, and see you missed by more than 1, so it's actually a no and. So
cool.
The murder hornet grabs the car and lifts it up 15 feet into the air.
Oh, I don't get my shot?
You may now roll your shot, and also all this stuff is happening. I didn't plan on actually lifting the car this round. I was just going to get onto it.
Yep.
So the lifting part is the and, but you guys still get to take the shots while that's happening.
Reggie fails at doing this terribly, and then she sees Jack point the gun, and he's just staring at Jack like, "What are you even doing? Like,
Okay, so
you're gonna shoot it?"
Yeah. So Nash and Trae, you both want to beat 6. That's a hit, Trae.
All right. Am I rolling at a neg right now, or am I just an extra hard roll?
You're at a -2 for range.
This is going to be really, really hard for me. But that's a 6, 7, 8, 9.
Whoa!
Because I have a +2 pistol thanks to Nash.
That is a yes and Trae. What's the and?
Frank is dead. It's over. We did it.
No, that's not fun.
Now we just have to find the other 10.
And I clip Frank in the shoulder, right? And it's enough of a no. I don't hit him.
No, because the bug is now separated away from Frank.
No, I hit Frank in the shoulder.
I'll tell you what I'll give you. You're shooting at Frank, not at the bug.
Frank, yeah. Frank. No, I'm shooting at Frank. Yeah.
Then I completely take that back. You don't have to be. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to retcon this roll because I rolled the wrong thing. You should actually be rolling against Frank's roll. Which is the 10 he originally had, -2 because he's not aware of you.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you needed to be 8.
I got 9 though.
So you hit him.
Yeah, I hit him.
Frank, you've been hit right shoulder. You take 1 point of grace damage.
Oh no.
And just then the bug lifts the car 15 feet into the air and a new frame begins. Everybody, what you doing next?
I shoot the bug again.
I'll tell you, this bug plans on dropping the car.
Yeah, I shoot it. I got a 7.
Okay. Well, everybody else, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and give the car wings. So, but can I ask a question before I decide to do that?
Uh-huh.
What I understand that Reggie knows that Frank has summoned the bug. Do I understand that I can't affect? Does Reggie understand that he can't affect what Frank has done with the lucid dreaming? Because I don't know if Reggie would understand that he couldn't turn the bug. Yeah.
So this is I'm going to call it a brains roll. Sorry. And
yeah, that's fine.
Beat 3.
Okay. There's a 4 in there. There's a 4 and a 5.
So
5 is my highest.
Okay, so you're actually going to get an and out of this, but the yes is you have experienced this before. You know the feeling. The feeling is exactly like when you're trying to counter a conscious dreamer in the dream world. In other words, you're not just like changing something about the world. You're changing something they decided should be in the world. You've done that before on other missions.
Oh,
You're fighting against the dreamer of the world you're in. And it's on an important detail, not just some random fill-in-the-blank kind of detail. Right? So you're fighting against his will. It's your will against his, literally. That's what you are aware of. And what else?
And I know what the natural predator of a murder hornet is.
Man.
Do they have
several bees?
Let's all just confab about what is the natural predator of a murder hornet? Because the car is that
I'm pretty sure we could just Google that.
You could probably Google that.
Yeah, probably could. Oh, right. Yes. I want. This is dumb. Everything is dumb. I do everything dumb. Hold on.
So I would say birds and also bees do this whole heat sphere thing where they raise their body temperature.
I would say some
praying mantises.
Giant praying mantises.
Hey, Tod, we're riding a giant praying mantis now.
Look, just completely meta. Completely meta. I'll edit this out if we have to. So it may be easier for you to manipulate not the things that he's manipulating, but manipulating your own things so it's not you against him sort of thing.
Well, that's why I think
Reggie would
I
understand.
want a Reggie versus Frank. Keep it going.
I mean, you could. You totally could for sure. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but isn't so? Okay, I guess. See, I'm so. So this is so crazy right now.
I want a constant game. I want a constant string of one-upsmanships.
No,
where
but I'm not,
Frank creates something and Reggie undoes it, and they just keep going back and forth.
Reggie's not going to try to do that. So do I understand the car to have that sort of difficulty as well?
No, the car was a lot easier.
Yeah, I want to make the car the praying mantis, and I want to be riding it with Jack. I'll be behind him. He can be the boss of the. Well, there's no boss. It's just a big old praying mantis.
Okay, so this is a beat 9 with your lucid dreaming.
Okay, guys, I am not feeling good about my Little Pony dice going forward here.
Nothing is real. Nothing is real.
Okay, well, my 4 is my highest. Here is the downfall. So that's an 8. So it's a failure. 8 or what is it? No, die.
It's a no but. Okay, yeah, the card does not turn into a praying mantis. However, you and Jack are now sitting on the top of it.
Yes. Oh shit. Well, okay. Hey, listen, I suppose I was trying to do something. Okay. All right. I see what I've done. I fucked up. I didn't carry the 2. Is that a joke?
It's kind of hot. You're on your butt, the metal. And
it's getting real hot.
Just hang on.
Yeah, okay.
Jumping over to Trae and then Frank real quick.
All right. Trae still hooked into the Somnambula system with Callista's access. I am going to do a massive system-wide blast announcing that Frank is outside and he needs to be eliminated. And I have him in frame, I'm assuming, because I just took a shot at him. I'm going to snapshot his face and copy paste it into the blast so that everyone knows who they're going after.
Okay, so now if it comes from the Office of HR, then you already have all the access you need to do this. It's going to be like an announcement from the HR department.
Exactly, yep. Yep, to every single employee on payroll of Somnambula.
Wow, and you know what? I mean, just don't fuck up. It's basically so easy to do.
That's a 6 plus whatever you want.
Yeah, as long as you don't roll straight ones, it's easy to do. Okay, so now, like every Somnambula employee, like in the middle of all of this freaking out, they're hearing this message and they're getting messages on their phones and shit with a picture of Frank, and your wording is that he is outside. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So I said, So Frank is outside. He broke the sky. He must be eliminated.
Broke the sky.
Yeah.
Oh God.
There was a great art rock band from Canada in the 80s called Crack the Sky. If you've never heard of it,
nice.
Great band.
Looking up now.
Okay, and so that's the frame for everyone except Frank. Your next move, Frank. Oh, by the way, the bug, the state of the bug, it's now badly hurt. You're not sure it'll be able to lift the car anymore because it's been shot.
So, first thing, my clothes, my hoodie, my jeans and boots, stuff like that, that's all tack armor now.
Oh, of course it is. Beat a 6.
On the nose. So,
all right, that's a yes, but
the hood of the hoodie didn't quite take.
Yay. I like that.
Your crotch is exposed.
Well, I mean,
assless chaps.
It was torn out of my pants. Chaps. The boxers didn't change, so. But yeah, the hoodie is still a hood. The rest of it is tack armor. The hood didn't take.
Yeah, the hood didn't take. You've got so basically your head is exposed.
You're welcome.
Anyone who calls a headshot, there's no AC there.
About how high up is the?
And the butt is that everybody notices. They're like, "Oh, his head is exposed." I'm sorry, you were asking something?
Oh yeah, about high. How high up is the car now?
The bug was just starting to lift it, and then it got shot, so that failed. Basically, I was basically calling Trae's and hitting you, canceled out the earlier and where the bug lifted the car. So instead, now the bug is just wounded on top of the car.
Can I get another command in, or is that my frame?
Yeah.
Do something. That was a do something.
That was a do something else.
Okay.
So next frame. What's everybody doing next?
Does it look like?
I'll tell you that I've got some NPCs starting to come out of the Somnambula building. They're like half a mile away. You can't see any details of them at all. You just see people starting to come out into the parking lot.
Are we still on the ground with the bug? So like we're on top of the car. The bug then I guess is kind of like next to us, I suppose, right? Because we're now bamfed outside while it was trying to pick us up.
It was trying to pick you up, then you shot it, so it slid down more on the hood and windshield. You guys are up on top of the cab.
Okay, I'm going to shoot it again because even if it can't lift the car up, it's still dangerous.
Yeah, it's still flailing its limbs around.
Murder hornets? Really?
So I yell to Reggie, I'm like, get the Frank, and then I just shoot at the bug.
Okay, so don't roll yet. That bug is close enough so it can try to bite at you while you do that. And what's everybody else doing before we roll anything? Announce your intention.
I'm pulling. Reggie's going to pull him. Reggie's going to pull Reggie and Nash into Frank's brain.
Okay, so you're scrunching up your eyebrows right now. Trae?
So we're not on Somnambula grounds right now. We're just kind of like outside.
Yeah, you're a couple hundred feet down the road that leads to their parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
And you see people coming out of the building into the parking lot because a lot of them just received your message.
All right. He has access to the whatchamacallit right now.
The whatchamacallit.
No, the police, the thing. He doesn't have access to CivSec, but he has something to something else.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember.
It's the municipal police records.
The municipal police, yeah. So he has access to that. So he's gonna does that guy's. It's been like 3 hours, I think. So in theory, he still has that guy's password.
The guy you wrote into the Muni PD system?
Yeah, I hacked this guy's account, so I had his password.
Yeah, you did.
And that's how I got into the system itself.
Right. You still know that, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If he hasn't changed it yet, it's only been 3 hours.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to log in real quick, and if the password still works, I'm gonna put an APB out on Frank with his last known location.
All right, and now Frank, what are your intentions this round?
About how high does Somnambula go above ground?
3 stories. It's
stories.
It's a semi-sphere. It looked kind of like an observatory.
That wouldn't be a good idea then. Fuck subtlety. I'm sending the swarm after the car.
I love screw subtlety after you just sent like a Volkswagen-sized murder.
I'm trying to work into plausibility here.
Love it.
That is a frightening concept. Frightening.
Right?
Okay. So,
awesome.
So the first thing we're going to resolve is the gunshot and the bug. let's get that out of the way because it happens quick. You want to beat a 6.
I have with the handgun, a 6.
Okay. That is a hit exactly. So it's a yes, but you have taken the bug out, but now your gun's jammed, or you're out of ammo.
Fuck.
So you're going to have to spend a round to reload before you can use that gun again.
All right.
And now we're going over to, I'm going to do Frank next because this is probably the fastest. This is another lucid dreaming roll. It's not too hard, though. It's call it a 5. Beat 5?
About a 10.
Wow. Okay, that's a yes and. So the flying bugs are taking off immediately in the direction of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And
damn it. I didn't expect to kill this hard.
Do it.
Yeah, the big ass beetles are actually were closer. And you know, somebody had a nice little collection on their windowsill. So there's a couple of rhino beetles, even ahead of pack.
oh,
Bring in the heavy armor.
Okay. Trae, we're going to handle your hacking roll right now. This is an APB on Frank. Now, the guy that you hacked, he was not actually a cop. He was like an admin. He was a civilian administrator.
Ah, okay.
So you're going to need to hack up to an admin level, which means you're going to need to beat an 8 programming.
That is a 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, that's a yes and. You've made it to admin level, and I'm going to say you've got access to because otherwise it would take you another roll to even find the APB system.
Mm-hmm.
You found the APB system.
Beautiful.
So next frame, your APB will go out, but it took you this frame to get to this point. And
That
now
makes sense.
Reggie.
Perfect.
Reggie. Yes, I want to. I said put myself and Nash into Frank's brain, but what I'm actually trying to accomplish is to isolate the Frank with the Reggie and the Nash in a room where we can, chat. We have to stop this madness, and I want to do this. Reggie wants to do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you need to beat 9.
Yeah, that's fucking. We're doing great.
I believe in you.
6, 10.
Yeah? Wow, that's a yes and, Reggie. Okay, so the bugs are flying towards the car. Suddenly you notice this rhino beetle that just expands in size, sitting right on top of the car, and like Jack Nash, your leg is basically in its mouth.
And he's just fucking with the gun.
This sucks!
Okay. When suddenly, Reggie, something clicks in your head, and you realize how to isolate the feeling of Frank and the feeling of Nash, and you pull them together. And the 3 of you disappear to all eyes. And you're now in a blue cube about 10 feet square outside of space and time that Reggie has created. The 3 of you are standing there, and you're all totally naked.
And Reggie can't stop vomiting.
Reggie, you are pushing yourself so fucking hard.
Sucks. Yeah.
There's bile coming out of Reggie's mouth and blood dripping out of his nose.
Yeah. And I'm on my hands and knees, and we're all naked. Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Okay, so for Trae, you're hacking your way in. You're like, guys.
It's like the Matrix where all the squiddies are frozen because, right? It's that scene. Okay, I don't know. Reggie's vomiting everywhere inside of this blue cube.
So right. Nash just like, whoa. What?
No, it's just fine.
It's a Velociraptor scene in that shitty movie. He's just got his hands. He's like, everybody just calm the fuck down. Just calm down.
What's the gravity like in the cube?
The gravity is like normal Earth gravity.
Okay.
the temperature is cold, but not uncomfortably so.
Oh, good. I thought it was going to be. Hold on. Ah!
Yeah, Reggie. By the way, it's taking you energy to sustain this, so I'm going to have to make you roll again in a minute.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I don't know how much time we have. Listen, hey, Frank. Oof.
Yes.
I don't know. What are we doing here? What's the end game?
Brought us here.
I did, because I need to find out what's happening. What's
You're
the
getting
end
out
game?
of my way, Reggie.
What are you trying to accomplish with this madness?
You know what? I've been trying to play along the whole dream thing and make this interesting, but fuck it. Reggie?
Yeah.
Wake up.
No!
Okay. This is Reggie rolling against Frank again, but this time Frank is at the -2.
It's 6. I got it. 6 is my highest, so 10.
7.
I'm sorry. I don't like. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm in character.
Okay. He tells you to wake up, Reggie. You actually feel pulled away from this little reality you've created for a second, but then you're like, no!
Yeah. No!
Fuck!
No, it's fine. Hey, just relax for a second, Frank. Jesus Christ.
Look, Frank.
This sucks, Frank.
Yeah,
Frank,
Frank, when Reggie yells back no, it actually strikes you somewhere in the center of your head. It actually feels painful.
Look, we don't.
Yeah, I know. It sucks.
Frank, we don't have anything against you. Like, just chill for a minute.
Carpenter shit.
No, don't be tired of my shit. Listen, we just want to talk. God, what? You don't talk? You don't talk? You're just the Frank? So you're just like this creation? Is that what this is? Come on, man. We're all sort of people here.
You're aware of that, right?
Of course I'm aware. Oh, well, I mean, I'm not aware of it.
Check.
I'm not aware of it as much as you are. I understand that I'm at a supreme disadvantage here because I don't even understand where any of this shit comes from. But you seem to. So that's why I thought it was more important before I got stabbed to death by a murder hornet. Hey, awesome, by the way. I want to learn. What?
Have a seat.
Well, no.
There's a chair
Well,
right there. Sit down. Everybody just sit down. You want to chill out? Let's chill out.
Well, I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to sit down because then that means that I'm allowing you to create a chair in my environment, and I'm not going to do that. I've seen the latest episode of WandaVision.
I need to know if Frank actually just made the chair.
Yeah, this is fun.
Right?
This is great.
This is Frank versus Reggie again.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Like that. Oh shit! God damn it.
Okay, Reggie's trying to resist, so Frank's at a -2.
My highest is a 5. So
heaviest is a 5.
9.
I got a 6.
There's a chair.
So, yeah.
There's a chair for each of you.
Look.
Wait, I'm sorry.
sit.
My highest was a 5, but that's a +4.
Yeah, he beat me.
Oh.
My total was a 6. So yeah, he beat me again.
Oh, no chair. Okay.
Yeah, no chair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, John, don't just say die roll. You got to add the whole thing together.
I am so sorry. I am not in. I'm okay. We're fine. So, yeah, there's no chair, Frank. I can't do chairs. Listen, just come on, man. Listen. You're trying to destroy me, and that's fine. I don't even like myself that much, and I'll get it. But I want to know, like, if there's any way. What are you trying to do? Are you just trying to kill me? Is that it?
Just stay out of my way.
I'm not going to stay out
always
of
in my fucking way.
I know. Well, that's a new information for me because I'm not actually trying to do anything to you, Frank. So that's why I need information before we continue this battle to the death, apparently.
Okay, Frank, at this point, you're going to go, what about the stomach? What about the pink stomach?
Yeah, what?
You say you didn't stop me? Well, you stopped me then.
Yeah, there's so many times you've I want Cordoba.
Me too.
Somnambula.
Hold on.
You keep getting in my way.
Okay, stop, Frank. Hey, stop for a second here. You're trying to get me because I'm stopping you from getting Cordova?
And the room is starting to fade. And Reggie, you need to make another roll.
I'm into it. Oh, come on.
Okay. This is a 9. Beat a 9.
Oh God, 5. Five's the highest. So 9. Exactly. So no but. Right. Yes, but.
It's a yes, but. So the room begins to fade. Noticing this, Frank, you just add a little boost and your chairs appear. Now the two of you together are sustaining this space.
Oh, okay.
And Frank's chairs are here now.
Okay. Okay.
There's gonna be chairs.
Yeah,
I haven't sat anywhere comfortable in days.
Yeah.
So you made them for granted.
Are they comfy? You made them comfy? Reggie's looking at me.
Chairs.
Oh shit! You know, okay. I'll sit down. And Reggie crosses his legs, so that everything is down.
Beautifully over upholstered, lovely, like comfortable, very out of place in this freezing blue cube.
On which Frank is man spreading. So I mean,
perfect. Oh, this tableau is my favorite.
That's nice.
Man spreading, cross-leg nakeds, and what's Nash is behind? What are you doing? I just need to know what Nash is doing so my mind can be in this space.
So Nash sits like while you guys are fucking around, he reloaded. So he's just kind of like awkwardly sort of like not pointing the gun, but sort of holding it and just sort of like sitting like straight up. You know, just kind of like
hey, can I say that?
Yeah, he's conveniently covering his crotch with the hand that has the gun.
Why I allowed a gun in here? I don't know. Can I say that Frank and Reggie both know he did that, but don't react to it because we just know that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Just you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back. We're at the midpoint right now.
Look, God. Look, you guys have like a whole thing. Look, Frank. We just found out about you like as a person. Like I just talked to Cordoba like a half an hour ago. Like this is all new to us. And he's a problem, and that's fine. Like I don't know what this is. Like we don't have anything against you.
Where are you? Like physically, where are you all? Do you know?
Reggie.
Right, I don't know.
We were on top of the fucking car.
How'd you not?
No, not car. Fuck the car. The bugs. And I mean, really, where are you?
Did I miss anything important?
I don't think so. I mean, who knows at this point? Hey, Frank, I don't even know how to answer that question, man. I don't know.
This is a slip.
None of us are anywhere, right?
So you don't know where your bodies are.
Here's the part where you take a step back and realize that you're in front of two people who you assume want to stop you, but have no fucking idea what we're trying to stop.
Towards Cordoba, you have broken it and woken me up.
Let me tell you this right now, Frank. If I knew that there was a man named Frank in a blue goo inside of Somnambula that was being held hostage, the very first thing I would have done would be to do this right here and come talk to you. I have never once thought that you... I don't even know. We just met, you and I, Frank. We've just met. So you might have all of this aggression built up towards me, but I have no idea you existed. So here's the part where we either decide if this is to the death or if we decide to talk and I need more information. Hey, she turns to Nash. She goes, Nash, have I ever done anything without more information? Don't answer that. Frank, I don't want to stop you from ending something that Cordoba is doing, but I didn't know you were even trying to stop him.
So we're at we've been at cross purposes, apparently, that you're not aware of, that
yes.
Which just suggests more that this whole thing is a dream because somehow, because this shit definitely happened to one extent or another. And I woke up, so that was real world. That was coming out of the slip.
Well, not only that, but look at all the shit that just happened in the last 5 minutes. Are you going to tell me that this is real?
Right. This is I mean, clearly this is a dream slip. You're aware of that, right? I mean, how lucid? This is lucid dreaming. That's how I'm doing all of this shit. I've got a glass of whiskey.
Oh, thank you very much. Reggie doesn't even think about it. He just takes the glass. Yeah,
I'm not even going to make you roll it. There's whiskey.
See, that's the problem. You accepted that way too easy.
Yeah, but well, Frank, can I just
think? Where are you? What is your last cogent memory? You are dreaming. You are asleep. All of you, all of us are asleep right now. So we are physically somewhere.
No, I don't think that's right though. Like he's pointing his finger. He's like, look, when like just a couple hours ago, and we heard the ping, and the ping was the alarm because something with whatever Cordoba's doing, but we checked it, and we were on Earth. We were in real space. But I know that Reggie can manipulate that just like he can when we go to a dream world. So that's not true. And we're in real space.
Brain rolls for all three of you guys. It's really most important for Nash.
I got a 5 because I'm not adding anything.
I want this. I got my highest roll is a 6, so that is a 6 because I have nothing in brains.
Yeah. Okay. So while Nash and Frank, you already know. I didn't even need to make you roll. While this is coming out of your mouth, Nash, you're like, "Oh, we checked, and that was the real world." And as you're saying that, it dawns on you that, well, A, real compared to the one you were in before that, maybe, but that doesn't necessarily mean the real world. And the second thing that occurs to you is how if you were in Frank's dream Earth, or Reggie's dream Earth, or somebody else's dream Earth, just how different would it have to be before you knew it?
So he stops mid sentence.
Wouldn't your dream Earth seem a lot like the real one?
Yeah. He kind of like sits back in the chair like, right, Reg? I mean, that's right? I mean,
hey, Nash, I'm operating it. Listen, not that I haven't been studying this shit, but like, I mean, clearly this guy's on another level. I mean, he's telling me this is a dream. I mean, look at the shit that's happening. I can't do any of this shit unless I'm in the dream world. Why can I do this here where I think it's real?
Frank, what were you saying?
So, we're talking about knowing what reality is. How many slips have you done? Like, between you, total, how many slips have you gone on?
Fuck, I don't...
Well, now I'm questioning every single one of them. But sure, shitloads.
20, 30?
20, 30. Hundreds.
Yeah.
I have full, perfect memory of hundreds of slips. How's that possible? The program hasn't been running long enough for any individual person to do hundreds of slips.
He's right. Diaspora only invented it 12 years ago.
How? I've only been doing it for, 8?
Well, fuck, Frank. You're asking us where we are. Well, what? Well, okay. Well, so you've been doing this for longer than anyone else has really known it.
I'm trying to see what information y'all have that we can make use of. No, I've been doing it for 8 years. As far as when I started, when it is now, how long it's been going, I came in about 3-4 years into the program. So, 8 years, subjectively speaking. Well, objectively speaking, but subjectively, I've been doing this forever.
All right. So U.S. Go ahead. Sorry, Nash. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just going to fucking mutter some shit. Fuck, I don't know. Like, I mean, when we talked to Cordoba, he said there was 11 of you. He sent you into your own dream world. Are we in like some kind of like fucking loop? Is that a thing? Is that a possible thing?
Frank, when you first escaped from the lab way back long ago, there were 10 others.
So you combine all of those, it's one singular memory as far as I've been able to tell. And he's been sending me over and over and over. I'm not sure I've ever been in objective reality since my first slips.
Well,
I have no way of knowing that.
But
By
maybe
the way,
that's how
right
you
now, I need Frank and Reggie both to do a lucid dreaming roll. Either one of you has to beat 9.
Damn it.
10.
Oh, there's a 6 in there, so 10 for me too.
Okay, so you're maintaining the cube.
But if you came into the thing and there's 11 of you and you only exist in the goo, which functions as a slip mechanism, I mean that could explain the sheer number of slips that you've been on. If there's 11 of you just going every 10 minutes or whatever the fuck it is, but I mean, but that doesn't mean that this isn't. I mean, not this isn't. I mean, clearly this isn't real, but that our world isn't real. I mean,
your car got picked up by a giant murder hornet. Are you really comfortable saying that was the real world? I'm not a magician.
You know what?
Pause right there. I'm going to jump over to Trae real quick. Trae, back in normal space-time.
God, I mean, Frank just disappeared.
Frank and Nash and Reggie all just disappeared.
Yeah. I mean, he did, like, they're back there, and they weren't in, like, the car. And what about all the bugs? Are all the bugs still there now that Frank's not here?
Oh, the bugs are just sort of randomly wandering around like bugs do.
Yeah. Are they still, like, giant?
Yeah, you know what? You're not maintaining that anymore, Frank. They're shrinking back down. Yeah, they're just turning into normal bugs.
So all that shit disappeared. Frank's gone.
Oh, by the way,
dropped,
guess what?
like,
the sky's blue again. Sky's normal again.
Wait, is normal blue? Like blue with clouds or blue?
Clouds,
gel?
no
Okay.
gel. Normal sky.
okay,
you see a couple chemtrails.
Trae, nice. That's good. Trae is going to start running towards Somnambula, but as he does, he already has the in with the Somnambula system.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna hack.
You've got two windows open now. One of them is tied into the Muni PD, and the other one to Somnambula.
Yep. All right. So yeah, I got that. I got the APB going on that. And then I also have that. I'm going to hack up into the security system.
Okay, by the way, you're putting out an APB on Frank Frass.
Yep.
I
don't even know his last name. I just know. Do I even know his name at all? I know Frank.
Yeah, I guess all you heard was from Nash over the phone. So you heard Frank. Yeah.
I just know Frank. That's it. And even he puts it in quotes as the Frank.
It just dawned on me how little information you actually have in this APB.
Yeah, it's like a nickname. It's like the Frank.
You're like, he look like a man.
Well, that's a callback that nobody's going to understand.
We have 2 eyes and 2 arms.
A man.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. That's
okay. And with the other window in Somnambula, you're doing what?
The other window in Somnambula, I'm going to try to hack up into security. So I'll tell you his ultimate goal here. I want to get in touch with what's his name? Why can't I remember names right now? My brain is all over the place. Cordoba. I want to get in touch with Cordoba.
Okay, you're not sure he's back at the building yet because he was at a neutral location with Nash.
Oh, shit, that's right. All right. Okay.
up.
All right. But all right. Getting into.
He's probably
all right,
driving here when the sky split. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna get into security, and I'm gonna. I mean, the Franks have to die. So. All right. So All right. So. What system would allow me to turn power off? Can I?
Okay, so you're in HR right now. You'd have to hack up to admin level.
Yeah.
And then into maintenance.
Maintenance. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I need to do that. I need to just shut power down to the whole building.
Okay. Okay.
And
now getting into security it's not security, it's the admin level.
No, so yeah.
Because you need to be an 8 for this.
That's double 6s right there. Is that encryption?
That is plus encryption the first time.
So 6, 7, 8.
Okay. So now I said you need to beat an 8 and you hit an 8.
I get an 8.
So, yeah. Okay. So that's a yes. That's a yes, but which means you've been noticed by the system.
That's fine.
Let's see how bad it is. Your signal's been
basically
disconnected.
They realize that Callista is not where she's supposed to be.
Yep, and she's been disconnected.
Shit. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
You're like, fuck! And then we were back to the blue cube.
Frank, I want to help. Okay? I don't mean that to sound like I want to help you. That's not how this is coming out. I want to know. Listen, I don't know anything about how deep this goes as far as like dreams and whatnot. You asked me where I was. I think I'm right here with you. Why don't you tell me where you are?
I have no idea. I was hoping y'all had some kind of idea, some kind of...
I think I know where you are. If this is what we're doing right now, I think I know exactly where you are. I think you're actually in Somnambula.
I have no doubt.
Can you? This is a big ask, and I'm so sorry. I don't want any more of this, like, fighting. Cordoba clearly is messing around with people that are like us. I mean, probably more like you, because I feel like an infant right now with all this. Can you let us try and find you before you go? Just, I don't know. I don't know what you're capable of.
Neither do I.
But why? Okay, have you ever met anyone else that was like you? Or even, like, to a lesser extent, me?
Look, you see, keep saying like me. I'm just a person who has an inexplicable amount of experience with this. That's it. I'm just good. I've been doing this. Jesus, subjectively, who the fuck knows? I mean, potentially every hour that I exist as whatever I am is like at least 11 hours. Every minute is 11 minutes. So, I mean, yeah, I've just been doing this for an interminably, impossibly long time. That's why I'm as good as I am. So, you say, like me, all I hear is victim. I didn't ask for this. I got into this because I am so fucking deep in the hole. I needed money, and I helped out with the testing. I'm a good pilot. I'm a pilot. That's that's why I'm here. I fly a good flip ship. Frank, you're me. You're me. I'm a pilot. I'm a slip ship pilot, and this shit's interested me ever since I was thrown out of the army.
the military, whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't want to do this if it means we shatter realities and worlds. I want to understand it so that it's at the very least something that can be, maybe I'm naive, used for some sort of good, but I don't know where I am. As I said before, but I think I know where you are, and I want the opportunity to show you that I'm not trying to stop you from, I guess, freeing yourself or some sort of justice. Justice from whatever they're doing to us. And again, I'm sorry, I didn't mean us. Yeah. All right. And Reggie drinks the rest of the whiskey.
So I get that you're not trying to. I think you're being used to.
By Cordova?
He's used us from the very beginning. Susie's thing started all this, at least for us.
Yeah, not to mention that, but Reggie knows that there has been two-way communication through that dream deck. They planted a commercial in his head. They know what he's dreaming when he's...
Okay. Reggie's head sort of drops when all that shit just recurs to him. Hey, Nash.
Yeah.
I don't know if I even know how to fix this. I don't know. I don't even know if you're real, if I'm real. I mean, Frank's right. I don't know where I am. But I want to try. I want to try and find him, Nash.
I love it. Let's cut over to Trae.
All right. Trae is he is single-minded.
Are you still like out like on the highway next to the parking lot?
Yeah, well, he had started running straight towards Somnambula as he was like trying to hack into the system. And it was kind of like it was kind of like at a jog, but now that he's been booted out, he is just full on booking it.
Okay, because I was going to say, if you were walking while you were hacking, which is not impossible, you'd probably be in the parking lot by now. Or I was asking if you'd like stopped out there. It's up to you.
No. I mean, he planned to get into the building anyway, regardless of what happened.
Okay, well then you're in the parking lot, and you see that security is coming out, and they're telling some employees to leave, and others are going inside. Looks like they're preparing to lock the place down, and they're sending some employees home.
Okay. I'm gonna run towards the entrance, and we'll see if anybody stops me.
Okay, well, you got some security guards right there. They've got a clipboard with a couple people on it, and they want to make sure that those people get inside because they're needed, but everybody else is not needed. You can all go home, and you are...
I am as soon as the guy has the clipboard in one hand and he points at me to say like, and you are, and I want to grab his hand, ratchet, turn him around, and put my gun up to the side of his head from behind.
Oh,
you're a badass.
Okay. All right. This is a grace roll. Plus your Krav Maga.
I have a +1. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a 7.
I'm in a -2, so you need to be 2. You definitely got the yes and for you.
Yep. So I basically get him around. I right to the side of his head, and I'll just tell. I'll say, tell me where the francs are.
The Prussian francs, like the dollars.
No, those are francs.
Sorry. Yeah.
Guy, he
busting Prussian.
He blinks, and then he realizes what you're talking about. He goes, 3rd floor, room 301.
And I'll basically push him and then go to run through the door.
All right. Now, he has a counterpart over there on the other side of the door.
Jesus.
Yep.
And that guy stands there with his mouth open and does nothing.
He's so out of my pay range.
I never thought I was actually going to have to do anything.
Yes.
Trae's in the building.
Yeah.
That's what.
All right, so Trae's in the building. You know where to go. I guess you're running for the elevator, right?
Yep, going right to the elevator.
Okay. There are a number of people in the hallway. You just sort of push them aside. Nobody really has much of a response. They're like more interested in what the fuck is going on than who's this person. So you make it to the elevator, and it's not on this floor. So you're going to have to wait while we go back to the blue cube.
Sounds good.
Look, Reg, I mean, I get it. I mean, I don't like this is. I mean, you understand this more than I do. When we were with Charlie, he slipped us sideways. I mean, we saw it. We saw the bagel. But look, we came back, right? I mean, we've always been together. How could we be anywhere other than in the real world? Like I know you've been fucking with your brain doing whatever fucking VR shit and whatever, but I
love VR.
Okay, so brains roll for Reggie and Nash.
Oh boy.
Either 4.
5.
Oh, I got a 6.
Pony dice. My little pony dice are rallying right now. They're rallying.
What'd you get?
A 5.
Oh, okay. So you both realize, again, as Nash is saying it, you really have no way of proving that the place Charlie took you to that time, like, for all you know, that could have been the real one. And the place that you thought, because maybe you were already in a dream world before you even met Charlie, which means that when he took you to the wrong place, it could have been the right place, and you said, no, take us back there, and that was the wrong place. You have no way of knowing.
I knew
Nash
it.
refuses to believe it.
Nash, that fucking cat. Hey, I knew it. Hey, Frank, I want to drop this. I want to drop this whole. I mean, the whiskey was great, fucking amazing. I want to drop this. I want you to. I want to help you. I know you don't need my help, but I want to do this in a way that ends Somnambula for your sake and for Nash's sake. Because Nash has an incredible amount of backstory with Somnambula that I refused to forget. And I don't have much except for this Cordoba guy. And I would really like to try and help you with your help. Help you with your... Maybe there's a better way to say this. I need this because I can't let you just run amok. I know where you are. I want to get you out.
And all you got to do is wake up.
Reggie's head explodes.
Scanners.
Yeah. And oh my God, we're back in the simulator in dark matter.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
Shut it down forever.
Sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna have to make you do a psyche roll, Reggie.
Okay.
Because you said it yourself. He's blowing your mind.
But what is this? What's it for? Because I think Reggie's gonna drop whatever resistance he has against keeping the cube.
Oh, it's not about keeping the cube. It's just that you literally just express not being able to handle what he's telling you.
Yes, beautiful. Yes. 5 plus 4, 9.
Okay, so you're not losing any psyche, but yeah, you are having a very hard time right now.
I don't know. You know what, Frank? Here's the problem. I don't know how to wake up.
Yeah, now you don't know what's real.
I don't even know
if you've ever been real.
So listen, maybe you can relate to this at all, but I was seriously thinking.
Okay, here's a thought that occurs to you. Maybe you're not real at all, and Frank made you up.
Fuck, Todd. hey, Frank. This sucks, right? I mean, we can agree on that. Let me just throw something out at you here. Oh my god. What if hey what if you just need to wake up, mate? What if I'm just like some sort of amalgamation? Nash, did I use that word right? Amalgamation?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I guess. I don't. Fuck.
Of your desire to maybe not destroy the universes?
You know, if I ever realized how depressing omnipotence is,
you would have constructed an entity that was able to counter your every move?
Wow.
So, like, I'm aware I'm asleep. That's how I'm doing it. Obviously, to an extent, you are too, because you're able to do it. That is the definition of lucid dreaming. You are aware of the fact that you are dreaming, and you use because a dream is a dream, you use your awareness of that to influence the dream. That's what the fucking lucid part is. So somewhere down in there, you know you're dreaming. I don't know if I made you. I have no idea how many layers Cordova has me under.
Can we find out before we kill him, though? Can we find out before we just kill him?
I can't know if I kill him, because I don't know where I am.
So what if you're just killing people now?
It's entirely a possibility.
You're cool with that, though. See, this is where the rubber meets the road for me, man. Like, you're making decisions. And you don't know if you're killing people. Like,
it's a dream, man.
I'm asleep. If I can,
I know. I'm very tired.
This. We're standing on the lip of Mount Doom.
Nice. Good pull.
Ooh. Okay, 9. Beat a 9.
Oh, you didn't say it? Wait.
That's a 10.
Okay, great. Beauty.
You are standing on the lip of Mount Doom.
If I can do this, you think we're fucking away. Which are you more comfortable with?
Hey,
I'm a
Can
god.
Nash be Gollum?
Wait, whoa. John, are you okay with that?
He like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nash, psyche roll. Reggie, psyche roll.
Yeah, when it switches, he just like fucking backs way the fuck up.
We have
Frodo. He's holding it together.
We have Frodo and Sam. We have Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, and we have to parse out these roles now.
How did this happen? How have we gotten here? Yeah, so I rolled I got 610.
Yeah, so both of you are just instantly transported from a cold cube outside of space and time to the lip of Mount Doom looking down at the fucking volcano. And you roll with that. You're like, yep, this is something that happened.
Okay, so, question. Which concept are you more comfortable with? That I literally just took us to Middle Earth? Or that this is a fucking dream and we're all asleep at one extent or another? I mean, come on.
But
please use Gollum's voice, please. I'm sorry, don't do that. I'm sorry. You can cut all that out. That's my bad.
I had something in my throat.
Oh, you okay? You're right.
Yeah,
Don't put anything into this.
I mean, I'm not fine because
okay. I'm sorry. It's probably my fault.
But again, like I'm not like you guys get this more, but like it has to be fucking real. Like we slipped to a dream world, and Reggie could affect that because it was a dream world, but he was awake. Right, Reg? That's what it is, right?
Yeah, there is a difference between slipping from the tank and slipping in his ship. Apparently.
Does Reggie understand that? Because John doesn't. John, me beta? I don't. Does Reggie understand what that means?
I mean, it's not hard for Frank to grasp what Nash is saying because he used to be a pilot in the normal sense of the term. So he knows what Nash is saying. He's saying when you get in a slip ship and do this, your body comes with you. Okay. And you're in the dream world, but you're not dreaming.
Okay, so
however, for Reggie, it's a lot less clear because he puts his body in a ship and travels to a dream world, but can still affect it. So that's true for Nash, but not really true for Reggie.
Yeah, Nash, I get it, but I also have no fucking, because it doesn't really work that way from my perspective.
Fuck. Look.
Hey, Reggie looks down into Mount Doom. He looks down into it just for a second, just for a minute, just looks at it.
Look,
give me a psyche roll.
Four plus 4, 8.
8.
It's getting lower, guys. It's getting lower.
There's a swirling spiral of heat and magma at the bottom, and it's just sort of caught your attention. Attention is fallen into this swirling form. It reminds you of the paintings you used to make. It reminds you of the painting you made of the cow. It reminds you of Scylla swirling in a circle, which reminds you of the pink blob, which was like a tiny little stomach that grew. And then you realize, wait a minute, didn't Frank say something about that? Frank was there?
I'm going to do something stupid. Reggie turns to Nash and he says, hey, Nash, I'm going to do something stupid.
Fuck.
Look,
Reg, I trust you with my life.
I know, I've always trusted you with my life. That's why I don't know if this is good or bad or anything. I don't know anything anymore. I feel like everything that I've done up to this point has been wrong. Has just been like wrong. Like, why did I even pursue this? I thought it was going to be something totally different, but now we've got this Frank, and I just feel terrible. And I'm like losing sight of the goal here, Nash.
I mean, if nothing is real, then I have no fucking clue, man. I mean, I don't know.
So Reggie turns back towards Frank. Like, hey, what would you do? What would you do?
Okay, there's two possibilities, and it's I'm in a tank somewhere, so I'm absolutely dreaming. This is my presence in the dream world is entirely subjective. Okay. Did you slip in a ship? Like, you being here right now, is that because you slipped into the dream world via a physical ship?
I can't say no because I don't know how far back this even fucking started, man.
Yeah, there's a problem because of Charlie.
This fucking cat, man.
It's like you're pretty sure what reality you were in until it's kind of like, the game with the 3-card Monty, right?
Yeah.
And the cat came along and 3-card Monty your reality. And now you think you know which one's the real one, but you actually can't be sure.
Here's what I want to do. I'm going to run with this metaphor here. You know a lot more than I do. I'm going to go into the volcano.
Wait, what?
Reggie ignores Nash, and he's just looking at Frank.
Well, I mean, if you make up your mind that you're not going to die, the lava is Play-Doh.
Let me just ask you a question. If I do die, where does that leave you?
I don't know. I don't know where that leaves you. I mean, if you physically slipped, that's lava affecting your mind.
Here's the thing. Again, this is striking Reggie different than it strikes everybody else in the room because he knows what Nash is saying. That makes sense. But you also have a clear memory of being in goo.
Yeah. I think Wait a second. Hold on. God, I'm so sorry. This is just my slow brain. Todd, but when I thought of myself in the goo, did I think of myself as myself? Was there a feeling of that I was in somebody else?
There was two completely different realities. They felt like maybe two different people. You couldn't tell which one was you.
God.
So Nash just says, look, every time that we've slipped together, it was in a ship. I mean, we've never, other than fucking the last couple of hours, everything's been like legit, if that makes sense.
Wait, Frank, what's been happening the last couple hours? You've been having nightmares.
Back in the apartments? Or
no, you were sleeping in a cardboard box
right
outside an apartment where you used to live. And you've been really fucking depressed, and you've been having bad dreams for the last couple days.
So, I don't know if this is breaking down. But even in this, I'm fully aware as a dream world. My life's completely fallen apart. So I don't know what's being manipulated. Just to give you an idea how far down this goes, the first time I did a dream world slip, it was a subjective slip into my own nightmare.
Oh, that's fucked.
That's terrible.
It's a ship, but
that's.
But that must be where.
Do you remember what happened there while you were there, Frank? You met multiple copies of yourself.
So, and I it's this whole thing. I'm not going to explain the nightmare, but it was a recurring thing since my childhood. But while I was there, it's in this weird apartment construct. I met a whole lot of me's. So I don't know how long this has been going on. But yeah, if we're going to have any kind of real effect, we gotta wake up. Do you know where your ship is? If that's the last thing, it's subjective. We get into a ship, we backslip. That's at least a layer we've gone up. Y'all be awake. Ideally, if this is just, a dream, we slip back. Anybody that's in blue goo is going to disappear and be in the blue goo. And then everybody else can come wake our asses up and we can. But if we're deeper than that, fuck knows. That's what I've been trying to figure out I have no way of knowing.
Todd, do I see a way to get myself back into the blue goo? Is that possible?
Well, you might be able to physically teleport yourself right into the room and crawl into a tank. But while you're thinking about that, I'm going to jump back to Trae. You are inside the building. The elevator doors have just opened.
All right. Well, actually, I was gonna, so depending on what floor the elevators are on, if he thinks that it's going to be faster for him to just run up like the nearest staircase, then he'll do that. Then if it's only on the second floor, then he'll wait and he'll jump the elevator and try to head on up.
Okay. In the elevator, the elevator doors open, and you're about to walk in when you're sort of pushed brusquely aside by four security guards in full body armor with air blast pistols and they hurry. They go right past you. They sort of push you aside. They run to the outer door. They're locking down the perimeter.
Perfect.
Everybody who's inside is now locked in.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting in the elevator and hitting the button.
Yep. In the elevator, 3rd floor. Boom.
Okay, well, let's stay with you for a minute because that was a lot of conversation out there in no time and no space. So you make it to the 3rd floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody around. It's a circular building, so the hallway just goes around in a circle. 301 is around the corner to your right.
All right. Yeah, he'll run right to the. So I just got 3rd floor. He doesn't know exactly where. So he'll just run to, and I'm kicked out of the system, so I can't get in that way. So I'll just run to the first door and see what's up.
Okay, you see a door with a rectangular window in it. It's frosted glass with the Somnambula logo. You
Okay.
look through the room. You see it's like 20 feet wide and 10 feet deep. There is a whole bunch of big blue, they look like sarcophagi, like rectangular blue gel, human bodies submerged in the blue gel. It looks like they're underwater, kind of. Like big aquarium tanks kind of thing with human bodies floating in it. All the human bodies, you can't tell too well through the gel, but they're all roughly the same, the same height, weight, gender, build. They seem to be identical. And at this moment, the lights go black and they come up red and alarms are sounding. And now a mechanized voice begins repeating on loop that you'll hear for every 60 seconds until you get out of this building that you are on lockdown. No unauthorized personnel are allowed. No one can leave the building.
All right. He'll try to open the door.
It's an electronic keypad.
All right. I had an idea. Let me know if this is cool or not. So, Trae, this is kind of his.
Wait a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Yes. Go. Yeah.
You know the password. I see John nodding. Right?
Because I got it on a yes and for something, and I'm sure I would have shared it. Right, because the plan was to break in.
You know the password.
I think he would have shared it with Trae. Because maybe not. I don't know that I ever said it. I don't remember. But if Trae's plan was to break in, I'm sure he would have gave it to him. Otherwise, what would be the point in having it?
You knew what Trae was doing. Give me a brains roll.
All right. 6 and a 1.
Okay, so you know what? This is the way I run. Out of forgetting and then not being sure, you get a roll. That roll is a yes and. You get an and.
Nice.
That's the way I GM.
Can I give it to Trae? Can Trae take the and? Right? Because I remembered to give it to him.
It's your and. There's something else, maybe something you remembered to tell him.
He already knows where he's going.
Okay, Trae. I don't know if this is important to you or not, but this is something else that Nash would have told you.
Everything's important.
You know exactly where Susie's room is from here. It's one floor down and 2 doors over.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. See how this goes. That might be pertinent information in about 30 seconds.
All right, so
so he'll go boop, 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 put it in.
And by the way, there are cameras.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so someone's going to see you do this.
I got nothing to do with that. I can't. I'm not in the system anymore.
All right, so you got to pull off the faceplate, look at the wiring, figure out the software, and then hack it. So you need 2 rolls: an encryption and a program.
Oh, I don't know because I have the password from Nash.
He has the password. He just walks up and punches the numbers in.
This is me kicking myself in the head. Yes, just punch the numbers in, and there may be someone watching that camera, or maybe not. It's kind of busy right now. People are running around. You are in the room.
Sounds good. I'm in the room.
There are 12 tanks.
Okay.
Two of them are empty.
Okay.
Each of the others has a human male. It's the same human male. These look like clones of each other. Now you've only seen Frank from a distance, but looks like the guy.
Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna open up the nearest. How do these tanks open exactly? Are they laying down or standing up?
They are thick walled, like 6-inch wall metal rectangles. Mm-hmm. All right, the size of like a mummy sarcophagus, but completely modernist rectangular chrome. Right, and there's no lid, but there are 6-inch thick walls on all four sides, and then it's filled with blue gel in which a human is laying on their back. The humans all have some kind of cap on their head. The cap has wires coming from it. They're all wired to some sophisticated machinery on the other side of the room.
All right, I'm gonna reach down so I'm gonna go over to the closest one. Reach down and grab it by the back of the neck and kind of like lift it head out of the tank. And look at it. I'm going to look at him dead in the eyes and say, "Are you Frank?"
Okay. So, Niko, I need you to make a psyche roll for Frank.
6, if that's a clean roll.
You just heard somebody ask you if you're Frank. You don't recognize the voice.
Who else is working with you guys? Dude,
I'm sorry.
Is there a third?
Yeah.
Nash just looks at Reggie because he's unsure of what to say.
Reggie is. You know what? Fuck it. Yes.
I think he found me.
Reggie turns to Nash and goes, "Fucking Trae! He did it! He's so much better at everything than all of us! Fucking Trae!" Yes, there is a third. And he's a really smart guy.
Like Nash just kind of like puts his hands up like, fuck, but is it you though?
Yeah, but is it you?
Okay, in this moment, Frank and Reggie both give me a lucid dreaming roll to maintain wherever the fuck you are.
Oh God, Reggie wants to keep it up for this. Shit.
You have to beat 9.
Oh, I got another 6.
There's also 10.
So it's a 10. All right, so you can maintain the space.
They're just bouncing it off each other now.
Yeah, a lot of reverberation. I imagine Nash will have some lasting
if you want, you can make. I mean, this. I'm not telling you. You're telling me. So if you want to like put a chair or a comfortable place to sit or something to drink, it's just.
Yeah, no. At this point, it's like this beautiful lounge. Maybe like Reggie makes it a lounge. There's a pool table over there. I don't know.
Nash is in a beanbag chair in the corner.
Beanbag chair in the corner. It's beautiful. Yeah, there's definitely a third.
Yeah.
Yep,
a fainting sofa for Nash just in case.
Nash, why don't you go sit over on that thing?
He's in one of those fucking moon chairs or whatever the hell they're selling now, like the ultimate beanbag thing. He's just like in the chair, like fuck.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good position.
And what's playing on the news is the Biosonic remix of Sade's greatest hits.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, wonderful. The atmosphere is perfect. But there's also a massive volcano in the middle of the floor. Reggie's
this was Susie's favorite song.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh no!
Voice from the core of the volcano. Toss it into the fire.
Oh my god. All right.
You just see Nash in the background. He runs with the fucking record player and throws it over the side.
Hey, Frank, it's fine.
Sade anyway.
You know what, Frank? It's fine. Sade's an acquired taste. This makes sense. He's fine. Wait, hold on. Where are we now?
It's the biosonic version. So actually, the vocals are far away. They feel like you're underwater, and Sade is singing like up there. What's more in the foreground are like the deep rhythmic rhythms of her throat and of her heart while she's singing. That's what you're.
Oh.
I love the fact. I love that Nash like grabs the record player and throws it over, but the music is still like ambiently playing.
Yeah, it is.
And then Reggie turns to Frank and goes, so that means it's a dream because the music's still going. Is that what your lesson is? That's what your lesson is.
That's what it's
all been a dream. Just kind of get that poet across. I'm neither one of these magicians.
Hey, Nash. Okay, I'm gonna do something stupid. Nash, did you want to do it? Did you want to roll off or something? I'm going in the volcano, guys. But I'm doing it in a way though.
If you guys are sleeping, then like how am I here? Like, what does that mean? If Trae found Frank, like I don't fuck. What does any of this mean?
Psyche roll, Nash. Psyche roll from Nash.
5 alive.
Oh, 5 alive, huh?
Got it. What happened?
Is that good? Did I do it?
Yeah, it's a yes, but so the fact that you're having a hard time is exactly what I want to convey.
Yeah. He's not well. This is not a cool situation.
So, hey, was Frank going to answer that?
As best I can, and I mean, this is hardly the time to go into, somnambulism theory, but the dream world is subjective. As far as I can tell, it's a unified subjective space. But every dream is individual too. I mean, fucking subjective. So
the word they used back in training is transjective. And that is exactly what makes it paradoxical for the human mind to comprehend in terms of Cartesian coordinates and Cartesian theory, right? Because it's both subjective and objective, and they're intermixed in ways that your conscious mind is not capable of calculating.
So you can physically enter it, like I think, unless he's got all of us in tanks somewhere. You entered on a ship because it is a slippable space. That doesn't mean it's the real world or whatever. It's a side reality. You've got the multiverse that relativity tells us about, but also you've got subjective and transjective spaces. That's what's so fucked up about a slip ship. It's anything within or outside the multiverse.
But
that's what we're
how
accessing.
Does anybody know then if anything is ever real? Like we'd never lost time. The only time that anything got fucked up was when Charlie came back with us and we slipped sideways. Is that the thing?
Too.
What?
It's entirely so like with it being a space, a combination of objective and subjective reality. Transjective. The Franks don't exist outside of a transjective space. Do you really think every time I wake up there's a real fucking me that pops up if it's happening in objective space?
Fuck, I don't know.
I mean,
maybe
this is, as far as I can tell, this is all still sci-fi.
Okay, I need another psyche roll from Nash.
We're not in fantasy world.
5. You're gonna 5.
Okay.
I love that we're just playing until Nash breaks.
It is a
Nash is the dreamer.
yes, but again, okay, because it's perfect, right? Because yes, your mind goes, yes, I know what's real, but yes, that's exactly what's happening in your mind right now. But how do I know that previous reality was real? How do I know when we, like we went to Charlie's reality, we came back, and we went back to Charlie's reality again. We came back to the wrong place. Then we went back to Charlie's reality again, and then we came back to the quote-unquote right place. But Frank said something about the pink stomach, and Reggie said we were in a giant pink stomach all the way back when we rescued Scylla from the cow. And that means, have we been in Frank's dream since that long?
Like Nash just
That's what you're having a hard time with right now. It starts to dawn on you that you really don't know how far back this started. Because you've been in the cow, you've been in other dream worlds. How do we know Charlie was the one that took us back to the wrong place? Maybe we came back to the wrong place a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, he sits down hard and he just does like his head in his hands and he's like, nope.
Here's the thing.
He checks out. He's like, nope, I can't. Like,
all right.
Fuck.
Here's the thing. Once you lose track of where you are in this, you can't ever really know if you're awake. That's been my problem from like the second time I went into this shit. I have no idea when the last time I've been awake was. This whole thing, all of this, as far as I know, you want to talk solipsism? I might have been asleep for like 10 minutes, and yesterday was my second year piloting. And that's it.
No.
I have no way of knowing that any of this is actually happening.
It was, I believe it was 2018 when you first contacted Cordova. I'm sorry, 2118 is what I mean to say. And now it's 2021. So if we can use that time reckoning, if that means anything, then in the tank, in the reality that we have been calling primary for 3 years.
Subjective time.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have false memories, entire lifetime of false memories, the second you pop into a dream.
Yep.
So it's almost like it doesn't matter.
It's impossible to tell, so there's really no point in trying. I've just been trying to climb levels to find some way of, every time I get myself out of a tank, I consider a win.
Hey, Todd, Reggie looks down into the volcano again. Am I still seeing like my paintings and shit?
Well, it's just reminiscent of, it makes you think all of this is tied together. I didn't know it, but when I was painting those paintings and all the way back, like when we visited the cow and we were inside a big pink stomach and then we brought back a pink thing that grew and wanted to eat the world. And now Frank knows about that. So all of this is like one, it all ties together.
You remember that time when I went into my painting room and I took the dissolution solution and just deleted everything?
Yeah.
I think Reggie throws himself into the volcano and turns himself into dissolution solution. Dissolution solution? Dissolution solution. I want to dissolve everything from the inside. That's what Reggie wants to do. It's stupid. I'm sorry, guys. That's what Reggie wants to do. He turns to Nash. Oh, wait, before he jumps in, I turn to Nash. Reggie has tears in his eyes, Nash. He goes, Nash, I was totally with you to the end. I don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Nothing matters. Hey, I'm gonna say something. No, shit. You know what? The quote is totally eluding me right now, but no one belongs anywhere. No one's anywhere on purpose, and everyone's gonna die. And then he launches himself into the volcano, and it turns himself into dissolution solution.
All right,
So
give me a
when you
lucid
then-
dreaming roll.
Nash looks up and he's crying, and then you're crying, and then you just like fucking jump off the
I
thing.
just imagine
and
him like falling backwards off of the cliff.
Yeah, just showing. I forgot the quote, but it was from Rick and Morty. For whatever it's worth, 5 + 4, 9.
Well, yeah, you do, in fact, turn into a liquid solution. Reggie's body turns into white liquid as it tumbles into the volcano, which then begins turning white from the bottom up. The walls of the volcano are turning white. The whiteness is creeping up toward you guys. I'm going to jump back to Trae.
Take me, Todd. Take me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I lift this person up by the back of the head and ask them if they're Frank. What is their answer, if any?
They do not answer. They seem completely sedated.
All right, but it looks like exactly like the dude that
Oh, yeah.
I had seen before. All right, so I'm gonna the way that I'm imagining this, like in terms of time, is kind of exactly what just was talked about. Like it's like 100-to-1 ratio, basically. Like what just happened took place in like a split second in my time, almost. Like time is not equal on either side now. Yeah. So I lift him up by the back of the head, say, "Are you Frank?" There's no response. He's like a vacant look. So I'm just gonna take the pistol right to the forehead and.
Wow. Okay. Hang on a minute. Just don't roll all ones.
That's a 5 and a 1. So 5, yeah. +1, 6. Actually, +2, so 8.
Actually, +4, so 9.
Well, it's a 5 plus short arms plus the pistol. So 8 total.
Just a moment. I gotta look up some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need to roll some stuff.
Looking up the original notes for what DayTrippers was supposed to be. It's like, how the fuck do I bring this back?
What does that mean?
I don't know about you. This has been about on par so far.
Oh, great. No,
Okay. You shoot him in the head. Brains splatter on the side of the sarcophagus.
Mm-hmm.
You don't notice anything yourself, and you move on to the next sarcophagus.
Yep.
But for you guys up there on the top of Mount Doom, you saw the whiteness was sort of creeping up the sides of the volcano toward you. Suddenly, Frank, you feel a sharp pain in your head. You fall to the ground. You take 1 point of brains harm. That fucking hurts so bad you can't even think straight right now. And the volcano disappears. You are now floating in whiteness. You and Nash. Reggie's gone. You're floating in nothing but whiteness. And you can't even think right now, Frank. Nash, do you have a response of any kind? You see Frank fall over and makes a loud sound of pain.
You know, when Reggie went over, he kind of like rolled forward to like grab at him. Obviously not successfully. So like I feel like he just is like now on his back, sort of floating, and he's just like he has nothing. Like just whatever this is gonna be now. Like he's like fucking checked out of the whole thing. Reggie's gone, maybe. We're real or not, maybe. Like he has no way to process what's happening right now.
Yeah. Okay.
And of
so
course he's
psyche roll
fucking
again.
guilty. You know what I mean? Like he let Reggie do this. He got Reggie into this thing. Like
You
it's just
called Reggie into this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Psyche roll.
All right. So can I use my life shaper of guilt to get a second die?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 6.
Okay. Yeah, you've decided, you know what? If they're the dreamers, why the fuck can't I be? This is probably my dream. And that's how you decided, hey, you know what? Fine. I'm the one dreaming this. It's a weird thought, but it's holding you together right now because otherwise you're like Squidward in that episode of SpongeBob where it's like, future. Back to Trae.
Trae's gonna eliminate nodes at this point. He's gonna move to the next tank and not even bother checking. He's like just pistol into the tank. And
you might want to check because one of them could be Reggie.
before you even make it to the second tank,
sure.
the ping sound, right?
All right.
The alarms are still going off, and you hear some voices shouting out in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Then you fire the second shot. The second Frank goes down. Frank, again, you feel incredible pain. It's the same. I'm not going to take another point from you, but you're basically incapable of doing anything. The pain is racking. It's in the center of your being, in the center of your head. Trae, you shoot the body and it goes limp in your hands, but as it does that, it just sort of like evaporates into dust that mixes with the blue gel. And you realize that you can see through yourself. And you look up, and most of the color is gone from the room. You feel it's as though a gray filter has been laid over the world. The nature of light has somehow changed, and the nature of matter seems to be relaxing because you can see through your hand right now.
Okay.
Next tank.
God. No, not next tank.
Voices shouting in the hallway seem like they're coming this way.
Yep.
Alarm still sounding. Ping still sounding.
Yeah, I actually think Trae is gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a psyche roll because you can see through your hand right now.
That's what I figured. I got the dice ready just in case. God damn it! That's a 3 and a 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Do you know what your stress response is going to be, or you want me to roll it for you?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it. I love leaving things up to chance.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at the subjective dissonance shock tale. There it is. Oh. You know what? This kind of makes sense. You're lashing out at the nearest person, and the nearest person is these fucking Franks. Now you're not even using the gun anymore. Now you are filled with rage and want to physically smash all of their skulls.
Sounds good.
It's a rage response. You can't even control yourself. You just fucking flip out. You've never done this before. Everything you've ever done in your life has been controlled.
Calculated. You
have never felt utter rage. And the fact that you can see through reality is falling, you're failing. You must be failing. This is not acceptable, and you just need to kill all these fucking Franks. You grab the next one, you smash his head on the edge of the fucking...
Can I flip that slightly?
Sure.
Instead, because he still has the pistol in the hand, I'm assuming
here's what you need to remember. This is not a thoughtful response. This is a stress reaction.
Exactly. Yeah. So what I think he actually might do is, instead of purposely aiming and calculating a response to a single target, he just takes it in like auto fire, sprays the room, like not hitting anything, not hitting any targets, but basically just empties the clip of like a just straight across the room.
That makes a huge amount of sense. At this point, the voices are on the other side of the door. You hear people punching the code on the outside, and you just let go with this fucking spray of automatic fire.
Yeah.
Blood and brain matter.
I'm
You're
assuming
probably shouting.
He probably like has an extended mag on it, but it's only like a 15 shot, and he's already shot 3 times, I think. So it's only 12. So it's literally just like a dozen, like just straight across the room, and that's about it. And he's out.
Trae, just kind of randomly screaming, and while you're screaming and shooting, first sound disappears, and then all the color is gone from the world, and you can just barely see by the edges of things. You don't fucking care. You're still spraying. Molecules start to separate. Everything becomes drastically colder. The door is starting to open, and out of the corner of your eye, you see like a pink blob, vaguely shaped like a human, come rolling into the room, and behind it there are more pink blobs. But by this point, the tables and chairs and walls are starting to, like, I don't know, oscillate. Like waves, like the molecules that make them up are getting further and further apart. You're now starting to disperse, and you're still spraying bullets. The next Frank's head explodes, and you hear the voices of like everyone within the building, as though the walls aren't there, and they're all standing right next to you. Most of them are screaming in fear. People are screaming, "What's happening?" People are saying, "I love you." People are jumping out of windows. You feel the pain of someone outside hitting the pavement, and then everything goes black, but you're still shooting in the darkness. And then you hear loud ringing sounds, and then everything turns white, and then there's nothingness, and you're floating in the nothingness, and maybe days go by. And then up in the distance, you see someone else. You can sort of swim toward them. It's Nash. And next to him is Frank. You don't see Reggie. You're muted.
Trae's gonna. I don't even think he's necessarily swimming. It's not like it's not like a swimming motion. It's more like just like almost like a glide.
Psyche roll for you.
Sure. That's a 4.
Yeah, you're losing 1 point of psyche.
Yeah.
And for a little while, maybe a minute, all you can do is scream. Jack?
Yeah.
You're looking at Frank, who's like curled into a natal ball and rocking because he's in so much pain. When you hear Trae screaming, there he is.
And I think
he's screaming in an inhuman agony. This is existential agony.
Trae's face doesn't even necessarily look like he's screaming in pain. Like he's clearly, his mouth is open and he's clearly yelling, like screaming in agony, but his face completely betrays that. There's like almost like a disconnect in his being.
So I think Nash tries to get towards Trae. Like, I've lost, quote unquote, I've lost Reggie, so I can't lose anybody else. So he tries to make his way over to Trae. So at least the two of us will be together.
You You make it over to Trae. And Trae, you feel a hand grabbing yours. You look up, it's Nash. That's enough to stop screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie. Do you want to wake up?
What do you mean? I want to wake up?
I mean,
it's a pretty yes or no question right there.
Is it Trae?
Let me try to make this as clear as I can, because ordinarily when I speak to you, I'm kind of like the voice in your head, right?
Most of the time.
This is different. This is different because you have no head. You have no traits. You have no stats. You have no qualities. You have no properties. All you have is the will to stop dreaming or not. And no one asked you that. Just tell me.
Sorry, I don't mean to do dead air. I'm sorry.
That's okay. The truncate silence will take it out.
That's true. That is true.
Oh, it better fucking not. You better segment this one specific and just leave
I
all
like
the
that long silence. Do you want to wake up?
Can I just, guys, I'm sorry. Reggie threw himself into the volcano thinking that he was an amalgamation of Frank's sort of. Reggie convinced himself that he was basically Frank's opposite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't think Reggie actively attempts to wake himself up because I don't think Reggie thinks he's actually going to wake up.
Well, can I, as a voice in Reggie's head, can I say something?
Probably
I think Todd just said Reggie doesn't have a head.
as a voice in Reggie's being.
No, basically Reggie doesn't have a thought. This is not a thought.
Right.
What I need to use words to express it. But
very true.
But I said it to my kids the other day. That's great. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
It's simply a will, right? It's simply an intention. I'm simply asking if you have this intention or if you don't have it. That's all.
So, but when you're dreaming, isn't kind of a way to wake yourself up to create a shocking event, such as like
that
jumping off a building or something like that? And
yeah, but you could have asked Reggie that question a minute ago, but not now.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
See, but so again, above meta game, right? If the feeling within, like if your binary thing is, do I wake up or not wake up? I feel like after the conversation with Frank, that the answer would be yes, but
So the answer is probably yes, but Reggie threw himself into the volcano thinking that he wasn't real. So I guess if.
Well, but wasn't your purpose of jumping into Mount Doom to end it? And in ending it,
break the cycle,
that's theoretically waking up.
So Reggie's intention, and I turned myself into dissolution solution for the very reason of just like dissolving whatever fucking painting I was doing in whatever fakeness I was doing. Mm-hmm. So because Frank was so far advanced, Reggie was losing himself in the idea that he had no fucking idea what he was doing. He threw himself into Mount Doom, turned himself because he saw images that reminded him of his paintings. He needed to dissolve everything. So, however, after everything is dissolved, if that's even what happened, whatever's left of Reggie, if it's real or not, hey, I love you guys for trying.
What's left of Reggie right now is the whiteness. Reggie is the whiteness.
If Reggie sees the whiteness,
you don't see it. You are it.
I are the whiteness. I am.
That's all you are. And you either have an internal desire to wake up or not. Because it's very comfortable being the whiteness. You could be the whiteness for all eternity. There's no pain.
No. I don't think he does. I think no. Yeah. He's got Nash in his he had Nash in his head going down into the pit. He would wake up. He would want to wake up. Sorry.
Okay, so this is actually a very hard lucid dreaming roll.
Oh, thank you, Todd. Thank you.
You need to beat 9. There's a 5. You're adding 4. You hit 9 exactly. That's a yes, but
You have no head.
I am now headless Reggie. It's fine.
Which one?
The more useful one in this situation.
There's no sense of up or down or floor or ceiling or anything. Like in between you and Frank, this weird pink blob just sort of like appears and begins twisting and morphing, and it forms a face and a mouth, and the face looks like Reggie. And he's not completely formed. He's gooey and insubstantial. You can't tell if he's in pain or not. And he's moving his mouth, but no sounds are coming out.
Kill me.
I think Nash just starts yelling, Reggie! Reggie!
Yes. Psyche rolls for everybody else. Frank, you don't need one. Frank has already internalized the message of all of this.
There's a 6 in there. I got a 6.
It's like,
10.
Nash was a 4.
Unless I can add my psychology. Can I add my psychology?
No.
Beautiful.
Nash, you just emptied your bladder.
All over Trae.
We call that pulling.
You're all naked. Piss just starts running down your leg. You're all naked. I forgot.
Floating. It's floating like
floating.
like the ISS. It just starts floating everywhere.
And then he yells, "Oh God, Chip!"
Actually, the force of the urine coming out of you sort of pushes you backward. You begin drifting.
It's a propulsion system.
Why do you think all those videos are so successful?
Reggie is this weird pink blob thing that keeps trying to make words, but it can't speak. What do you guys do, Frank and Trae?
Am I still in the nothing?
You're aware of what's going on. I'm gonna say you can respond now. The pain is still great. Basically, it's like half of your body just got blown off, and you can't even differentiate which nerve endings are on fire right now. But you can do something.
I want everybody to be who they are. Let's just fuck off with the subjective, the amorphous, the pissing balloons. Just be who you are. Let's just get some ground to stand on here.
Okay. So this is lucid dreaming. You're trying to make terrain of some kind?
Just a floor, some walls, and everybody themselves.
Okay, but are you going back to the reality you came from, or are you doing something right here elsewhere?
Do it right here.
Okay.
Wherever this mode is, we're just gonna kind of have something to grab onto. Last thing I need is these people fucking popping in the middle of a goddamn slip.
Okay, so you really only need to beat 7, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's a 9.
Yeah. That's a yes and.
That's a yes and.
Decorate the place.
Or, I mean, how far can that go? We pop up a level?
I'll give you some knowledge.
Okay.
Reggie thought, like from your conversation with him, he thought that you and he were in some way counterparts. That if he destroyed himself, then that balance would be thrown off and everything would reset somehow. But that did not happen. And now you've got this weird non-human blob thing that seems to be Reggie. And it's not really in control of what's going on. You are, which means that Reggie was wrong. This was not his dream at all. This wasn't even his transjectivity. This is all you, baby.
Yeah.
This is all you.
Okay, so Reggie is Reggie now.
Yes, Reggie's Reggie now.
Fuck. Okay, so, and this is Frank speaking. I think this is all me. And I think that I'm also slipping. My first fucking dream space slip proves that. You can make a subjective slip into a transvective space. I know I'm in goo. Unless I'm not, I mean, what the fuck ever. I don't remember the last time I was in a ship. So I'm trying to get my head around the fact that this really is just all mine, as far as I can tell. Unless it's Cordoba's, and then we're all fucked.
Can Trae act for a quick second?
Please do. My head is fucking killing me.
Everyone is free to act.
Trae, does Trae have all his was he just thrown into this reality? Like, did he just? So he has all his stuff. He's still.
Yep.
He's gonna.
Yeah, you're the only person who's not naked.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. He's gonna lift his pistol up and aim it at Frank and pull the trigger, but it's just gonna click.
Reggie's going to catch the bullet.
And there's no bullets. He emptied the clip.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So he pulls it and it just clicks.
Click.
And he looks at the gun and just drops it on the ground, and he'll look around a little bit and realize he has no signal, no nothing. All right? Like everything is he has no layer at all.
Nothing.
He has nothing. So he looks around and he finally makes eye contact with Frank. If you end this, then we can help you with Cordoba. We can help you end it all. We are not against you. What the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We share an enemy.
Do you have any idea, like in this, where the investigating, the picking, the adventures you've been going on? Do you have any idea where I am? I don't know that I'm even at the lab.
I have an idea where some of you are. I do not know if you are with them or not.
See,
but we can help. If you remove the mirrors, then the original signal will eventually be able to be located. If we remove the other U's, then perhaps with Reggie, we will be able to find the original U.
The thing is, if you are talking about multiple me's, because the way that I have been aware of this, the way I've heard of this, the way I have been experiencing this is when I come out of a tank, another me shows up. That's not possible. Therefore, the Franks are not an objective prime world thing. So if you're talking about interacting with the Franks, you're already in dream space, man.
What if when you come back from the tank, you are instead pulling another you from a different reality?
You mean physically slipping him?
Yes. What if you are linking yourself to another reality and pulling that back?
Okay, Reggie, you know what Trae's talking about. I don't know if you want to express it, but you've seen them. There's other Reggies. Same kind of idea.
Okay. It's the singular Frank. It doesn't exactly roll off the tongue like singularity. Wait, hold on. Am I dead? Hold on.
No, everybody's back.
Ah, shit, I guess I was wrong, Frank?
It's all mine, man.
Wrong. You know what?
Mine. Unless it's somebody else's, then we're seriously fucked, and this is all just seriously pretend. So we're gonna go with this that it's mine.
All right, let's play pretend then. Everything Trae just said is probably true because I've seen all of me, most of me. This is probably possible. Plausible, Trae? Plausible, right?
Yes.
This is probably plausible.
So if I can pull people into my own slip from side slips, because it's multiple me's, you're stepping sideways in the multiverse.
Yeah.
We have at least once, possibly twice, been to alternate universes where there are alternate us's. So it is not without the realm of possibility that there are also alternate yous. And if you are somehow able to connect with them when you slip, then there is a possibility that you also bring them back with you, unbeknownst to your own abilities.
Kind of like that fucking cat. So I'm not dead.
No. You wouldn't still be here if you were dead.
Unless
that's the one place I haven't slipped.
I just have some bad news. I'm just as confused as I was before. I thought I was.
You get used to it. Well, no, you don't. You acclimatize to it.
Ah, yes.
I don't understand.
Tell me what acclimatize means.
I don't understand this shit anywhere near as much as I sound like I do.
Yeah, but you're living it though. I think. So I was wrong, and I'm willing to say, cool. I guess I'm still someone, and I'm fine with that. That's fine. Let's do this. Let's just stop. Let's just stop dreaming. Can we stop dreaming? Please.
Try.
I want to stop dreaming now.
I understand, man. I
just
more than anybody else in existence.
I went into a volcano. Have you ever been in a volcano?
You didn't go into a volcano. You went into fucking Mount Doom.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that you went in, and then you became nothingness, and then you became you again, and then Frank gave you your full-on speaking, walking, moving body back. Pretty much proves that, this is all Frank. It's
No,
all
I'm a scientist, and that was an experiment. As long as we're all in agreement that I was conducting an experiment, a scientific experiment in what was really happening. And I've concluded that this is all you. So let's get out of you. Because I'm scientist. I am science.
Well,
Mr.
that's a
Reggie.
tough question. How do you get out of him then?
I think we just kind of find the door. Trae, right? There's a door somewhere, right?
Yes. Well, Mr. Reggie, if you theoretically are able to go into other people's dream worlds and alter them,
Yes.
then wouldn't it make sense that you and Mr. Frank here could trade realities?
Absolutely.
Is it possible that you could hand off control to each other?
Absolutely.
As I am, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth a shot, though, Frank. Right? I mean, I feel like at this point we're all in the same boat. We're all just.
I feel like we're losing the vibe here a little bit.
Like, for sure.
People, you keep saying like me and Reggie. You're like me and Reggie. This is literally just lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
People were doing this shit before slip ships. You can do this. Nash can do this. We can all do this. I'm not a magician. We're not special. We're just experienced. I am profoundly experienced.
Preach.
That's it.
Yes. Just as with programming or playing the piano, though, there are some of us who are naturally acclimated to it from birth, but that also requires intense training in order to specialize the
Trae,
talent.
Back up a further step, Trae. You're not a lucid dreamer. There's a huge okay for you. Clearly, these guys have lost. Like they've got some weird ability that allows them to act like there's no bold line between being awake and being asleep. But you're like, no. It's not like some people have this ability. No, when they're asleep, maybe, but not when they're fucking awake.
Right? Yeah. He's trying to put all this together.
Let me help you. I'm holding the gun. Wake up.
He just took your gun. Oh! No! Reggie dives towards Frank.
Just don't roll all ones.
Slow-mo dive towards Frank.
That's a 9.
I couldn't lucid dream fast enough. He did it too quick.
Wake up, Frank.
But it's all rainbows that come out the other side.
Frank pulls the trigger. For a fraction of a second, you see blood and gray matter exploding out the other side of his head. And then everything stops existing. And you feel a slight breeze on what feels like skin and clothing. And you open your eyes and blink, and the sun is kind of bright. And you're standing on a dirt area on the side of the road. You recognize the road as the driveway to Somnambula Inc. And the world is quiet and peaceful. There's no screaming people. There's no sign of lockdown. Welcome home.
Do I have my pistol in my hand? Oh, damn it! Okay,
you have everything
good.
you have. Whatever you had in your hand,
Perfect.
you have it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna end right there. That's the end of season 3. And when we come back for season 4, I mean, we can talk in the post show about where we want this to go. And I don't know how Niko feels about this, but we may end up extending an invitation for another regular. That's it, guys. We just leave you on this peaceful little spot.
Who shit my pants?
Listen, bang.
I don't know if it was young me or old me or just me.
Oh.
Cool. If we're gonna do post show, let me do the end stuff, and then we'll roll in. See
Buy
how much we can
coffee
get in.
and show.
Yeah. Well, first, I want to thank everybody for checking this out. We have coffee for sale. It's that sweet, sweet, legendary brew. It's a nice, easy drinking medium roast. It's roasted by Neil's own two hands, or maybe his assistant at this point. I don't know how much he's getting out of his house, but shipping is always free. And if you use the code LEGENDS10, you're going to get 10% off your order. So that's fantastic. It's roasted to order. It's not sitting around somewhere. So if you put an order in on Monday, the next day he's in roasting, it'll get roasted fresh and sent right out to you in a couple of days. We have our Patreon up. If you'd like to slide a couple of credits our way, that would be fantastic. It helps to pay the bills, keep things moving along here. But the thing you can do for free is ratings or reviews on iTunes or whatever your podcatcher of choice is. That's supremely helpful. It gets us bumped up in the algorithms, gets some more eyes on the videos, and people download the podcast, and that feels good. I hope everybody's staying safe. Who knows when this comes out if we'll still be dealing with COVID stuff, but please wear your masks, stay safe. Probably should have been saying this all this time. It's been over a year already. We want to thank Niko for playing with us tonight. That was insane and crazy, and I'm fucking sweaty, and it's horrible, and I feel all the things. So thanks everybody again for checking it out, and we'll catch you next time.
Go away so we can post show.
Love a good physiological response.
So post show.
God damn it! God damn it!
This is
crap.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's a little bit cold, by the way. It's that cold air that you're feeling on your skin. It's quite chilly because it's December. It wasn't December when you left, but it's December.
God, fuck. Look, 10 minutes into the episode, I stopped taking notes. It was that kind of an episode. I was like, you know what? Fuck, whatever.
Niko, thank you so much. That was so fucking great.
Oh, that was amazing.
Unreal.
Thank you.
My God.
I missed him so much. Thank you.
Oh, it's beautiful. Fuck.
Jesse, I don't know if you were here when we were first talking about it. John, maybe you weren't here either, but Niko was the first person to ever play Frank.
No
Frank
way.
Was in PC and Todd's first campaign.
Beautiful.
That's so awesome.
In fact, that nightmare that Frank told you about, you can actually, if you go to the DayTrippers RPG, it's up there. So you can.
That's so cool.
To fuck with you even more, I'm gonna tell him, Todd, that's an actual nightmare. Like that was a recurring nightmare for me from about age 6 to about age 14.
Boy.
This is back in because okay, so like John was saying, DayTrippers the way it's meant to be played, right? Because when Niko created this character, he literally pulled stuff from his own actual subconscious and put it into Frank, and that's what I've been toying with basically for 3 years now. So what seems really cool to me, the triple backflip, the GM's triple backflip here, is that now all my DayTrippers campaigns are one. It's all one campaign.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If you would have not woken up, I would have flown out to Rhode Island and kicked your ass.
I would have allowed it.
Don't worry. It's like a 45-minute drive for me. I would have taken care of it.
I would have allowed it. Yeah. I don't know. I
know how you are, and I was like, you motherfucker.
Oh yeah, I think I sent Todd a message on the Facebook on the whatever the messenger thing. Like, if you take me, I am okay with it. Take me, I get it.
I have never been so nervous during it. Like, I'm literally here, like my hands are fucking shaking from adrenaline, and
that was the scope of it all was getting to me. Like the scope of like fuck, like Reggie can seriously be like Frank's, just like something Frank dreamt up to stop himself.
All of us. Yeah. Fuck. I mean, if we
that was a beautiful idea.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
if we slipped out, like if our timeline got fucked up when we went into the fucking cow, then like everything's fucked. And like I was gonna bring it up, but it didn't seem like things moved too fast for me to bring it up. But I was gonna say, like, as Nash, like, oh well, that kind of makes the Scylla thing make more sense then, maybe, right? Like that's where the fucking timelines crossed, and like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. But like
All
he wasn't that. He wasn't that sort of a flippant.
I see you're trying to get out of the Scylla thing.
You guys are you're standing on the side of the room right now, having this conversation, trying to figure it out. And the air is cold. And look at the sun. Oh shit! It's like winter. It was summer when we left. Now it's winter or whatever. Who knows how far back this shit goes? Yeah, you could have been in the wacky Frank reality for a long time. He knows something about the cow. He knows something about the big pink stomach.
Right. So
my worst case scenario. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My worst case scenario is that Cordoba Prime is in a tank somewhere.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
And this is all him.
Meta.
Well, I was gonna say that if we don't know when and where and if we diverge from our timeline, if like we still work at Dark. Or if we work anywhere, if we disappeared for fucking 4 months, like we might not.
I mean, who knows fucking how long? Honestly.
Well, you know, we've stopped playing, but I mean, if you go down the road the other way, there's that sip and gulp place where Frank was earlier today, and you can grab a newspaper, and you can see that it is December 2119. It is the day before you rescued Scylla from the cow.
So we got back in time.
Slipping's a bitch.
Well, that's gonna have to play out next session. Then we're gonna have
Yeah. Because we got to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Just to let you know, I'm not planning on killing Frank. He's not the threat anymore.
Good, because Reggie was going to take all the bullets that were shot at Frank. Or try to, at least.
Jesus.
So,
damn, Henry.
But Nash is still in a relationship with Scylla very loosely at this point because he started dating her before she jumped into the cow with Steve.
Oh yeah, she you had been dating her, but she didn't make you producer on her show until after.
Yeah, we were just fuck buddies.
Yeah. We could just leave her. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it. She's fine. We saved her.
Yeah, you actually, if you stop and think about it, I mean, go back, you'll read the summaries and shit, but you basically have a chance to like replay the last year of your life.
Yeah. I think Nash is going to be in some fucking therapy when we get fucking squared away.
But
I know
to psyche that back.
Yeah. At this point in time, you had not, I don't think, met Trae yet.
No, not even close.
Nope.
So
like it's like months down the line.
But he's with us though.
Yeah, he is.
Fuck.
But do we? All right, shit. Yeah, I mean, all right, just for future play, like we still have the memories, and it's not like, oh, he's a cute.
Yeah, you still have all your memories, right?
Yeah, so we still know all that happened. We just literally we fucking went back in time.
Oh basically. Yeah, you know who's gonna win the next World Series.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't that the whole time thing though? Like we're not.
Time's irrelevant, dude.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like that's still our past. It's
okay, so now you want a brains roll? Okay, we're not playing anymore, but you guys will talk. You'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Why do we come back to this point in time? Okay, well, this must have been the moment when we entered Frank space. It's not a parallel timeline.
Okay.
Dream World has its own timeline.
It's the node.
Yeah. Dream World. There's a difference between an alternate Earth and a dream world is just a bubble. It's all it exists in. It could have different laws of physics and time and fucking everything. A dream world is not a parallel timeline. It's a whole fucking package. So when you came back here because this must have been the moment you disappeared from this timeline. You disappeared from this timeline when you went to the cow.
Looks back into the notes about when exactly that would have been.
That's why me and Donald decided that, this shit should be blocked off. Like, people should not be slipping into dream space. It's just, once you go once, you have no idea what level you're on ever again.
You have come back to the moment you left to go rescue Scylla.
So, John, that would be session 21. So, session 20 was the contingency plan. 21 was where we came back at the end of 20 and Scylla was lost.
Okay, so here's the next thing you want to talk about, like in a second, but you have a month to talk about it, right? If that's right, then if you don't get your asses into a slip ship right the fuck now, Scylla's gonna die out there.
Fuck.
But all right, where are we? All right, we are currently in front of Somnambula. Like, we're in the Somnambula parking lot, right?
Basically.
We're then where are we? So we are here, but are there other we's?
Well, the other we's
the
other we's left here, went to the cow, rescued Scylla. But there they began interacting with Frank, and that means the place they came back to was never here.
But Trae didn't leave. Trae never went to the cow. So is there another Trae? And am I Trae 2 or Trae 1?
The sequel to Trae?
That is a very good question. We're just going to leave unanswered right now.
Oh my god!
Because y'all aren't here right now. Like, Nash, Reggie, and Frank are not in this world. They went somewhere else.
Well, no, because she hasn't disappeared yet. So technically.
Yeah, so there may be two Traes on this world.
Right.
But we can prevent her from leaving, right?
Except for the other one uses your other name.
We can prevent her from leaving.
He's saying we gotta get
I don't think he's using. Yeah, he's actually not using Deck yet. Deck was a specific ghost pid just to infiltrate dark matter.
True.
Do we know that? Do we know that? Do we know that now?
You don't.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
No, you do.
Didn't you tell us?
I told you.
I think
I told you all. Yeah.
Because now you're Trae and not Deck
I don't think he did.
Well, can we assume that oh wait, we know that Trae's watching us right now. Let's go get him. Like, we'll know.
No, we know you were locked out, and you told him what your real name was.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I kept joking around that we were going to kill your character, but then it came out that you got locked out, and you told. I mean, you at least gave us the basics of what was happening. That you were trying to get to us, and
exactly. Yeah,
dark matter was a stopgap and whatever. But Todd said. Specifically, we need to get on a fucking slip ship to go save her now, or she's going to die in this universe.
That's right, because the moment that the first moment that you're pretty sure you interacted with Frank was in the cow.
Right.
Because he was aware of the pink stomach and all that was going on. So that's the point where your timelines cross, or where I should say your timeline crosses with his. The problem is, or with his dream, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that it happens in the cow. It doesn't happen inside anybody's timeline. So relatively speaking, it literally is nowhere. Right? That happened nowhere. And then when you came back, you didn't come back to here. So 24 hours later on this timeline, you cease existing.
Right.
But Trae doesn't. And that's the question. So where exactly are we in the? I'm not exactly sure. It's right around that time. It's that day.
Well,
You don't know if you're before or after Scylla.
So
yeah, see,
Trae,
that was my thought, was we could prevent her potentially from going. And
No, I don't think so. Because she
so
was already... Yeah, she was doing shit with Steve-O because you were busy. So they were, out running around doing shit.
in Steve-O.
okay.
Is Trae with us now?
Yeah.
He's physically with us. So is Frank.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about right now. It's in theory, Trae exists both with you right now, but also at Crab Industries. Like,
I'll tell you something else. Okay, so
you both places at the same time.
Nash and Reggie are naked, and Trae is wearing a shirt that he bought from a store 10 months from now.
Right.
In the future.
That probably it hasn't even been made yet.
Yeah.
It's worth billions.
I am promoting like Follow My Ass season 18, but we're currently on 17.
Yeah.
So have I given him the Spago yet?
No, because that doesn't happen until after we quit Dark Matter, which is like 4 episodes later.
Oh, the
That's
Spago.
like 5 or 6 months from now.
Are all of the credits back?
The what?
The credits that I spent on the Spago?
In your bank account? Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, your bank account is really nice.
I don't remember what it even was.
I know that you spent basically every monet you had.
Yeah, so I get it. So now I'm not this. Okay. I think it was 60.
So whatever the bagels were, that's what you've got in your bank right now.
So before we finish post show, Niko's going to jump out. Usually we do first Sunday of the month. So whatever that is. April something, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, somewhere in there.
Niko,
yes. We've got a month to figure out
so much.
Figure out if, what, how, and all that kind of shit.
Okay.
God,
cool.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Thanks for playing.
So good.
It was a blast.
You have a good night.
Thanks,
You too.
I had a really good time. Bye.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's fuck.
There's a pretty big season finale.
God damn.
I typed in the private chat at one point. This seems like a season finale.
Yeah, right.
To me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, that was insane.
I don't know if I was supposed to pick up on anything there, Todd, so I'm sorry. Me John is duller. So I don't know.
It worked perfect.
Okay, all right.
I have no idea what I planned. It was,
I was just trying to stay true to Reggie.
for me, look, the way that I set up is I create a bunch of interesting objects and facts and sort of throw them out there. They're bound to collide somehow, but I don't think too much about how. And then you guys provide here's how they start colliding into each other. So I was trying to keep very straight what reality is Frank's and what reality is yours. But other than that, no idea. You could have gone in and killed Cordoba. You could have killed Frank. You could have rescued all 11 Franks. I don't know.
Honestly, it worked out perfect. I bringing Niko in worked perfectly for this because he seems to have more history with this. And so he knows, like, him as a player knows more than us as players. Which in turn works because Frank knows more than Reggie.
Yes.
Like, Frank has practiced this. He knows the mechanics of it. He knows the system and how to work it. Whereas Reggie is kind of just going off.
I'm a baby.
Feeling. He's kind of like going with the flow of it.
Yes.
And it worked perfectly throughout the session.
Well, Niko was
Reggie just kind of feeling his way through it.
Okay.
Niko was my first or second playtester, and we did like 5 or 6 sessions. Just basically for like the 6 to 8 months before I even met John and started doing this thing. So that the other guy that Niko played with, he sort of disappeared from our lives, and we weren't sure what to do with the campaign. And both Niko and I do other things, have other games, other groups, and so sort of drifted apart. Then I fell into doing this. In the back of my mind, for a long time, and you know this because way back in episode 3, when Nash looked in that door, he saw the guys in blue goo. So in the back of my mind, for a long time, I've been thinking, yeah, that's probably Frank, and it's the same reality. But it didn't have to be.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't until we got to this point, and I've been struggling for the past couple episodes, as you guys know. Like, I'm making things weirder and weirder. I'm pointing toward a place where Reggie's power is gonna, like, I gotta figure out a way how to, like, next season, next level this. How am I gonna next level this bitch, right? And last week, while I was thinking about it, it's kind of good that we had that weird time scheduling and I had the weird tech problems, because it actually gave me a little extra time to remember, oh, Frank, that's the answer. Bring Frank back in here. And it all fucking lined up. It's like
fucking beautiful.
I did it to myself, you know, like I watched myself do the triple backflip.
Yeah.
You were in the blue goo watching yourself.
I was in the blue goo watching myself.
Yeah.
And it just fucking worked. And I knew the moment. I mean, it's weird as fuck. Subjective, transvector, who the fuck knows? But I just knew the minute I had the idea. Let's see if I can bring Niko back. And I contacted him. And are you willing to do it? He said, hell yeah, I'm down. I knew it would be all right that moment.
Does he listen? Like, does he listen to this? Like, is he?
No, I deliberately told him I don't want you to know what the other guys have been doing. But now he can go back.
Nice. Oh man, what a dynamic it added though. Like, it was just, it put me on my heels. Like, I was like, oh god, this guy's so much better than me. It was like,
and it worked. It worked.
That, but because the fact that it had been so long meant that, you know, it's always sad to kill a character, but in a way, like, if Frank ended up being the monster and you killed him, he would have been okay with that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that was important to me too, because it could have gone that way.
I wouldn't have let it go on that way. I know he's a victim.
Yeah. And I love I totally believe that if Niko hadn't come back, that Tod, you would have been able to do Frank and do all that. But at the same time, I think bringing him in added that extra layer of surprise and unknowing for us as players.
It was important.
Like,
I didn't want to warn you too much. I didn't even tell John until like a couple hours before the game today.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like, we can never predict what you do, Tod, but we're kind of used to you as a person.
But also, you've got,
a completely unfamiliar person worked perfect.
I met Niko in a game of Apocalypse World, where we both played sort of a weird non-binary freak couple, and he played the part of the couple whose mind had been damaged by the psychic fog outside the mall where we lived, and I played an egotist who imagined himself an artist and wanted to revive the theater in the mall where we lived. But we were a couple, and we were in love, and Cash was his character's name. Cash's brain was scrambled, and Jet, my character's name, refused to let go. Just refused to let Cash go, even though she was insane. And that was the dynamic that evolved. And it's like, I don't know a lot of people who would, like, you didn't know me. You know, like, yeah, I'm in a non-binary relationship with you, and I have to depend on you to help feed me and get me dressed. And it's like, and he was all in to the role, and I literally fell in love with him. Like, my character was in love with his character, and I was in love with him. And the way, so I invited him to play Frank. And the way, here's where I'm going with this. The way he plays Frank, I don't really think I could do it. Yeah. I mean, I could fake it, but I love the way he does it.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was like it was instant. It was like, oh, he's summoning bugs. Oh, they're giant bugs. Oh no! he gets it.
The fact, and yeah, I think what really does
No,
it
it's really
is
about his monologuing, right? His monologuing is just so fucking great.
And the way he the way he approaches everything, like the bugs and all that shit is just so matter of fact. That's what's awesome. Is that it gives Frank that history. Like when he does it, it's like, oh, he's just used. Like when Reggie lucid dreams, it's almost like it's like a child opening up a toy almost. Like it's like giddy and excitement. It's like, I'm gonna do this. With him though, it's just like, I'm doing this. It's happening.
It's kind of like when you're a kid, you imagine all the things that adults do, and it's going to be so great when I get to like drive my own car and pay my own rent, and then you actually have to drive your own car and pay your like.
It's not. It sucks. It sucks so bad.
God damn it! Yes, I know how to drive a fucking car. Jesus.
It's not magic. It's bullshit.
Yeah, so Frank is like, imagine Reggie in 11 years.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's a piss wave. Here it comes. There it is.
Yeah, right. Whatever.
Exactly, right. Exactly. It's like, I've done this before. I've done this a million times. Yeah, more bugs, another piss wave. Bring in some naked half cow people.
Naked half
whatever.
cow.
Like, yeah.
Let's write that down real quick. Naked half cow. I think this was perfect.
What half is naked though?
It doesn't matter. It's both. It's random, really.
Yeah. Either way,
you
know what, Jesse? You are giving us valuable psychic content right now.
Super valuable. Yep. Very good. Very good.
It just reminds. There's a song. I can't remember what the name of the song is, but it's it talks about a mermaid and how you can't have sex with a mermaid because the bottom half is a tail. And so there's nothing, and so it's a sailor, and
Train,
he
right?
finally
by Train,
and he finally comes up. He meets the love of his life when he meets a half fish, half lady, but the top of the half is the fish, and the bottom of the half is the girl, and that's Anyway, let's continue.
I think that was by Train. The song was called Mermaid. That's the one. Have that be the song in the background of this episode for some reason. There's so much like the way that, as far as like a season ending thing, as that was going along, I'm like, this could be it. Like the way that I was feeling about, I was fully expecting at least Reggie, probably Nash and Reggie to die. Yeah,
die, just stop existing in a void.
I felt bad about pulling Nash into it, but I sent John a text like, I'm pulling you in because Reggie doesn't think he can do this on his own. So like I had an idea about like we have to isolate everything and just talk to this man.
And I would be lying if I say that I did not at least consider that this could have been absolutely the final game of the campaign. I thought that that would have been a pretty cool way to end. You kill Frank, and the world ends, and that's the end of the show. That's pretty fucking heavy, and I was willing to do it.
Yeah,
but nah.
I mean, I'm glad it didn't.
Yeah, me too.
I think it turned to what it ended up being. I think it made sense because I was fully invested in it being like, okay, well, this is it. I mean, it feels like it. And that's fine. And then events in the game were like, wait, no, it's not it. We're back.
God,
We're back. And now there's two Trays. We have to
do
something about this.
You have to kill the other Trae.
Oh, you have to wipe yourself out.
Thoughts. All right. So
you'll find out next month. Don't go too far.
Nash and Reggie went into the cow and joined with Frank, right? And that's when they basically they left existence and joined Frank's reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they met Trae in Frank's reality.
Right. And so what that means is,
in theory, Trae is a Trae.
Oh, no.
Trae's not Trae. Trae is
Yeah.
Frank's Trae.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Faye!
And you just brought
A little bit of Frank.
a concept of Trae into the real world.
Well, it looks like you need to make a new character now, the other Trae. And now
I'm
we
not
get to find
Trae,
out
but
what the other Trae did.
Trae's not Trae. That means Trae's not Trae. Trae is a copy. Like Frank made a copy of the real world.
Well,
Or
sorta.
someone did. There's a copy.
That's not exactly true because it's not. I mean, would you say that up until now you've been interacting with copies of Nash and Reggie?
No, because they came from the Prime and went into the Cow. So they brought with themselves the original coding of them.
Mm-hmm.
But
So I
then
guess-
Frank created a copy of the real world, which
Yeah. Okay. Okay. good.
which
Now-
existed alongside, but it does. Yeah.
Okay. So what the last thing that happened, the thing that deposited you guys into this reality, was not caused by Frank. It was caused by the removal of Frank. Right. So you
Yeah.
do know that the influence of Frank is not present in your current condition, but that still leaves open the question of what the fuck is with the two Trays.
When we save the world, we
There's
kick them out.
also maybe, but there's also a question of okay.
Yep.
Reggie's going back. Reggie's sitting naked on a rock on the side of the road.
Yeah.
He's remembering his classes, space dynamics. He's going, okay, how do these alternate timelines arise? They arise when something happens in the timeline that causes a major decision, and it goes both ways, and then split, reality breaks, and now there's two, where there was only one before. Doesn't this seem like a pretty major difference? I.e., maybe the moment we appear, split, a new reality is formed. It's only the same up to that moment.
Yes.
Now that means there is another Trae out there, but there's not another Nash and Reggie. You just went pop in the wrong place, but you're still in the same world. That happens. You do. You slip out and you slip back to, like, you've been gone 24 hours, but you can slip back to the moment you left if you want. That can happen.
Fuck. So there. Oh my god. So we're the Nash.
So you may be in the clear, except for the two Trays question. It may be that out of no fault of your own, and not even Frank's, the moment you appeared here, that was a big enough difference to cause reality to split. In which case, you're in a brand new timeline. It just started the moment you arrived.
So when it splits, could that theoretically make Frank's dream world another timeline and not a dream world? Right, if reality is fracturing and creating a separate timeline, but we've come back from the dream world to a point at which everything breaks, does that then make that a real thing?
I'm not going to say it can't, but going on the canon that came out of my mouth a little earlier, like maybe an hour ago, it does feel to me like dream worlds and timelines are categorically different types of thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Because you can go to a dream world where the passage of time is different, but come back to like wherever you thought you should be on your own, right? You go to a dream world, you could be gone for 24 hours, but while you're there, it feels like 15 years.
So we have no information about the current timeline. We'll have to play all this out. We have no current information about the timeline we're in. We don't know if we work for dark matter. We don't know, like we can. So when we eventually grab a paper, pull out a PDA or whatever, we can see that Scylla has maybe slipped, right? Because Like, there's no way Nash is like, well, we go into the fucking cow to go get her. Like, we're not doing that again, because then you're just stuck in a fucking loop, right? Potentially stuck in a loop. But we don't know anything about where we are other than we are who we think we are, aside from Trae, because we've then now pulled him from a dream world to where we are. But we don't know if we work for dark matter. We don't know anything. Right? Like, I have my house, you have your apartment. Trae has nowhere to go, because if he goes to his apartment, there's gonna be another fucking Trae there.
At this moment,
he doesn't have his apartment right now.
At this moment, in 2119, you were working for dark matter. Julio's experiments with Reggie had gone a little too far, and Julio is about to quit. That's where we are in time.
So I can stop him from quitting.
Yeah, and like Trae has yet to become Deck. Like, he does not have that assignment. He is still part of his clutch. He has absolutely no awareness of the two of you.
Except that you do.
Except I do. Yes. Yeah. Fake Trae. Frey does.
Frey. Yeah.
Oh, man. Great.
Is it? No. I mean, it is, but it isn't.
I have to come back to territory like this, because if it doesn't fuck with your head, it's not DayTrippers.
I don't know who I am right now.
That's my goal right there.
This is good.
I don't know who Trae. I don't know what Trae I am. I don't know if I'm the real one or if I'm an amalgam. If I'm fake. If I'm a copy. If I'm a copy, am I still the real one?
Yeah. Are you going to have to kill another you?
Right.
I'm going to go back to what
temporary.
I'm going to go back to what Frank said. Frank just said he just wants everybody to be themselves. So, like, you're just you. The other Trae is the other Trae.
If I go back to being me, does that mean I get my 1 point of psyche back?
I forgot to give you guys experience points. So Reggie 5, Trae 6, Nash 3.
Eventually, I'll spend this.
I'm sitting on 61. I have no idea what to do.
I have 150.
Yay! You gotta
50.
Spend that shit.
You could raise a stat, man.
I think I might give myself a little bit more psyche.
I think you've earned it. I think you've earned it.
I think so too. After what you've been through, it kind of makes sense when
I don't even have fucking notes to. I usually take notes. I usually write shit. I have nothing to write down. Just a giant fucking question mark of like, am I me?
I've deleted all the notes.
You know, one thing I'm really happy with, because again, I set up a bunch of objects and I sort of put them in motion, but I don't think too hard about where it's going to go. I had one concern setting all this stuff up, and that is, I knew it was really heavy on Frank and Reggie, and I was pretty sure that Reggie would pull Nash along, because that ordinarily happens.
Oh, nice. Okay,
but I wasn't sure what Trae was going to do. I hope I come up with stuff for Trae to do, because we need some cyber shit or whatever. Yeah, well, Jesse took care of that, and Trae was not only busy but fucking important.
Yeah. He did the things.
And you pulling it worked out perfectly with what was happening, and then you pulling him in. And as you said, this is Frank. So it totally made sense that he would try to neutralize the threat. Like he kind of like brought me into a neutral space where I couldn't necessarily do any more harm.
Well, he knew you existed too.
Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Right, like we know we're going after Frank. Okay, well, I have to kill all the Franks. Like, that's Trae's thing, right? Like, giving no other orders. I'm going to do this thing until I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Well,
say
I mean,
if there was a place that I made a jump, it was right at that moment. It was to pull Trae in. And I can really only blame it on Frank. Because Frank had asked, is there a third? And Reggie told him, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So Frank knows not only that you have another guy, but he trusts your guy because you guys trust your guy. And he knows exactly where he is. He knows exactly
and Reggie told me, and Reggie told him who I was. Reggie said it's Trae.
I was trying to be honest.
So the little jump that I made was that Frank was subconsciously thoughtful enough to pull your buddy in.
Yeah.
That was good.
And I mean,
because otherwise we've got Trae left out there in another reality bubble all by himself forever. Who the hell wants to play that?
Right. No, I mean, Trae.
That's an adventure to itself. We have to save Trae.
Yeah, Trae going to the Franks was his original objective. Like he was, as I said, like I was gonna kill the mirrors. I was gonna disrupt the attack because that's how he's looking at it. But then when he saw Frank, he saw him in the street. It was like, okay, well, I'll just take care of that now. But once he disappeared, he went back to his primary objective.
Glorious.
Oh,
so
man.
Fun. So fun.
Yeah.
And this is why there's no point planning too much, because there's no way that I could have predicted John was going to pull people to outside of space and time. That changes everything at that moment. No matter what I had planned, it's that's gone. So I'm sure glad I didn't plan too much. No, that's fucking amazing. This is supposed to be weird, right?
Well, it was that.
Yeah.
I mean, I could most modules, right? They would have a block text for what you read when they meet Cordova in room 204. It's that scene's never going to happen.
No.
We went to another dimension.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's why the number one question that people always ask is as a GM, how do I prepare for what my players are going to do? And you can't. You don't know. You can plan for what you think is going to happen in the timeline, how things are going to move forward, but you can't plan for everything. You can't plan for if they go left, right, or straight or anything like that. You jot down some basic concept shit and see what happens.
You're doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to predict
exactly
and plan for everything.
Not planning means that you're open to anything happening, and that's ultimately what you have to be.
And over planning means that you have to push your players to do things that takes agency away from them.
Exactly.
Well, sometimes I wish some of my agency was taken. I still love this system.
I play in a few different types of games, and I have a personal game I play in where that's kind of like that. It's old. There are 3 old school gamers, old school D&D gamers too. So they're used to the get a quest, go to a dungeon, do that type of thing. They're used to a storyline basically, and it plays out like that. And it's fine. There's no really meandering. We kind of just go along the line. We do the quest, and it's fun.
That's awesome.
But there's
playing most video games. I can sit down and play a video game, and I know that there's a plot, and I know that all the branches are eventually going to end up kind of the same, but that's not the purpose.
Yeah, and but we're all in a social contract where okay, we understand, and not everybody has time to plan a bunch of different shit. Not everybody is there's a couple of people who actually have lives and need to do stuff. So we play along with their games, we go with it, and they're not used to making shit up as they go.
I find that the best metaphors for GMing often come back to music. And so it's kind of okay, so what I do is kind of spacey jazz improv. Okay. And but that would mean that doesn't mean that there's people who write 4/4 dance music, and it's there for a reason, and people like it, right? And it would be me shitting on that kind of music. because I do different kind of music. Well, no, of course, it's all music. There's different people like different kinds of music, and different musicians have different kinds of skills and challenges that they wish to. Some people like to work really hard and push themselves and see what comes out, and other people, just want to relax and follow the rules and have a good time.
Right? Yeah. I mean, even if
the improv, the jazz improv thing, like when you're if you play an instrument, you're improvising with other guys, you don't know where they're going to go with it, but you do know lots of little bits, lots of cool little finger tricks that you can use, and you keep them flexible, so you can drop them in different places. Like, if you're doing a slow 3/4, I'll do it really bluesy like David Gilmour. But if we're doing it fast, I can take those same 3 notes and play them fast. It'll sound like Devo. Okay, we're good, right? So you got a bunch of little tricks, and you mix them around depending on, is this going to work here? Is it time to pull this one out? Right?
Yeah.
But stringing them together, that just happens live.
Yeah.
You have to just string it
together. And even there's different it all depends on who you're playing with too. Both like you said, musically and in games. Like there are some people who aren't used to the improv, who like they're in a jazz concert band and they have a song that they know what they're gonna play, and there is improv in it, and it's not always exactly the same, but overall we have a song that we're playing together. There's still a structure to it. Whereas with this game, it's just full off improv. Like we're all just play. Like we start with the beat. Like Todd, you give us a general lick to play off of, and then we all just start kind of tumbling down, and we all just keep playing off of each other. And every once in a while, you'll give us a new little something to play with, and you're like, okay, now we're doing this. We're changing it up a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I feel
it's way more cooperative.
You guys are like 3 musical motifs, right? A musical theme, a pattern of notes or chords that can appear and you can speed it up, you can slow it down, you can play it in 3/4, you can play it in 4/4. It's recognizable, right? You go, oh, that's the Reggie theme. That's the right, and you can hear it, but you can fit it against different rhythms. Right? Yep. And I'm providing the rhythm. Now I'm fucking driving and pounding on the rhythm. And the Reggie theme is going way up on a piccolo as high as it can. But it's the Reggie theme. You can recognize it.
Yep.
Yeah, I dig it because it's so freeform that like Jesse was saying, like you get you push us down the path, and then we just fucking meander. And then at some point, we just get a nudge or something changes or whatever, and you're, I don't want to say your hands off, but everything breathes. Unlike when we play with Oscar, and I like playing with Oscar too, but we'll start to get off on a jag into some like character shit, and then he's quick to sort of like rope us back in because we play for a pretty standard 2 hours. So like we meander a little bit, but instead of doing like big fucking S curves, it's like a real tight, it's a completely different.
It depends.
Feel.
There are times when I want to prod you guys along, but my whole style, especially in DayTrippers, depends a lot on hearing ideas come out of you, and then putting that together with something and injecting it back into the game. So I never know. Even if you guys are talking character for an hour, and part of me is looking at the clock, right, and going, damn, I better make something happen, and I don't really see how it's right now.
It's real.
But another part of me is listening to the conversation and saying, Reggie just mentioned a childhood nightmare. Remember that, because I'm going to use that. So it came out of just you guys just talking, and if I didn't let you talk, it wouldn't come out.
Yeah.
And that really, I think it lends itself down to the type of game. Like DayTrippers seems to be, while the concept of it is incredibly, like if you were just to look at it from an outside perspective, it seems almost very like A to B. Like I get a mission, I complete a mission, and then we move on. right?
Not only that, but you think it's silly.
Yeah, but that's not. But in it at its heart, DayTrippers is character driven. It when you throw in the life shapers and all this kind of stuff and the flashbacks and the character and the progressive character generating and all that kind of stuff, it's at its heart a character driven game.
Yeah.
Whereas
it gets further when you read the GM's guide, because the GM's guide.
Yeah.
The GM's guide says specifically, your job is to mine psychic content and then inject it back into play. That's your whole job. Yep. Why? Because the goal of the DayTrippers is not to escape reality or experience a plot line. We will escape reality and we will experience plot lines, but those are kind of like secondary or emerging qualities. What I really try to do is get in your head and fuck with it. I want to make you bleed for real. For real.
Yep.
And in order to do that for real, I have to make sure you are emotionally and psychologically tied to the character and the events that we're talking about. Because otherwise you're just going to make up a cartoon and that's fun, but it's not going to make you feel. And I want to make you feel something.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's the thing is that with DayTrippers, it's almost written into the, like you said, it is literally written into the rules. Like the GM's guide actually mentions this, whereas with games like D&D and Cthulhu and everything, it is much more about the adventure and about the progress, the mechanics of that. It has far less to do with the characters, and then even less to do with the players. Like it's more about just kind of driving the mechanical story along. Which I mean, ultimately, it does.
I don't want to piss on anybody else's cornflakes, but like this, I apply the same kind of criteria. Maybe I'm elitist or whatever. To most media, like most TV shows. I don't waste my time watching them. I know where it's going to end. If I watch the first 15 minutes, I know what the end is going to be. If I jump in 15 minutes before the end, I can tell you what the beginning was. That's how fucking formulaic most television is, and I don't watch it. It's fun. I'm not going to piss on you if you enjoy it, because sometimes we all want to just veg out. I'm good with that. But it's not what I create, right? I want to create something that like the reason I created it was to give you a feeling or an idea that you haven't had before. The exact opposite of a formula, right? Formulas are to re-experience something that you remember from before, right? And I'm like, no, I want to make you think something you never thought before.
Yeah, I think
I like movies and television that do that to me. And when I look at the movies and television that do that to me, I find that it's not really about the setting. It's about the characters and the actors. You can take these characters and these actors and put them in the Wild West, and it'd still be awesome. The setting is almost random, and guess what? In DayTrippers, it fucking is.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's where we kind of start to run into problems sometimes when we play games, because we almost very rarely find ourselves playing the game. Like the game itself is almost inconsequential. Like it makes some decisions sometimes, but the vast majority of it, we could be playing without any dice. We could almost literally just be narrating to each other. And every once in a while, the dice more so come up as a way to kind of nudge us in one direction or the other. Like if we're having an issue figuring out what we're going to do, the dice just kind of help us decide which direction we're going to go. But very rarely the system that we're playing makes sense. Like it very rarely comes down to what system we're playing.
That is maybe the part I have the hardest time explaining, or that other people may have the hardest time grasping. Like the biggest difference between the core approach and the trad approach. Like, I think hit points is probably the easiest place to see it. I don't do hit points. What the fuck is a hit point? I don't know what that means.
Right.
And the reason, again, I look at other media. I go, I don't see anything like hit points. What I see are, maybe 4 tops stages of getting fucked up. Right? You see bruised, you see having difficulty, you see bleeding and seriously wounded, and then you see comatose. And an actor doesn't need to be any better than that. Those are 4 things. They're clearly delineated. No more precision than that is necessary. No decimal numbers, right? It's a state. And how do we represent that? Well, we literally make you less graceful, make you less strong, make you less able to sustain the psychological damage that you're facing.
Oh yeah.
Because there's no abstract thing called hit points. So what is that about? I'm not trying to be realistic, but I'm trying to be faithful to a narrative logic which provides more stuff you can improv off of. Always looking for more hooks. Always trying to provide more hooks. So yes and instead of just yes, right? A system that tells you if you succeeded or failed, okay, well, that's operational, but it doesn't give you anything to imagine off of, right? If I say and, tell me what the and is. You're like, oh, well, in the best of all possible worlds, I not only did this, but also that. Okay, good. Or a but happens because that's now I've gotten in the way of your little plan. Heroes need obstacles. Here's one.
Also,
It's not about trying to faithfully, represent the dynamics of the real world. It's about trying to urge, prod, nourish, and evoke the kind of dramatic things that happen in surprising stories that we like watching on TV.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, is that I despise when people like, well, I want to make this more real. No, you don't, because people don't, when you watch a TV show or you watch a movie or anything like that, it's not, even if it's based in reality, it's not real. Like, you want to watch people running and chasing cars and making impossible shots and jumping off of buildings and surviving crashes and shit. Like, you don't want. You
think those shots are perfect? You think those leaps are graceful? No, they're not.
Right.
You think the paperwork didn't get in the way? The paperwork got in the fucking way.
You don't want somebody to get shot in the shoulder and then pass out from the pain and the shock. You want them to be able to take the shot and bleed and be like, oh shit, but then keep going. Like, you don't actually want reality.
You appreciate systems like this because it's like, oh, I just took 2. You look at your stats and you go, shit, I got like 3 in grace. I got a lot of skills to deal with grace. If I take a hit in grace,
right,
I'm going to be careful. I'm going to, like, it's a whole different dynamic than just, oh, I'm down to 10 hit points.
Yeah, it's going to remind you, or it should, or maybe I should remind you more, or whatever. But I mean, yeah, if you take 5 hit points, I've got 38 hit points, and I took 5 hit points of damage, and you go on acting like the same as you were before. That damage means nothing narratively. I don't feel the tension. I'm not worried for your survival. But if you lose a point of grace, and you're literally now not able to do the fucking thing that was easy for you a minute ago.
Well,
now we're seeing the actor portray the crippled character.
I think that's a key though. There's what I really appreciate about Day Tripper and like core in general. There is no death spiral. Like even if I take grace damage, I still have the potential to do exactly what I was doing before. I can I'm
less
still
likely.
Exactly. Yeah. So like I still have all my bonuses. I still have the potential to roll a 6. It's just the likelihood of me doing it has now lessened, but I still have the same potential, which is real nice.
Right. And I kind of feel if you're like writing a story, you're a writer, you're thinking about, okay, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen? You've got like 2 or 3 possibilities in your head, and you go, okay, I have a sniper hit my hero because I need to lean on the hero a little bit. So I'll shoot him and I'll cripple him a little bit. Okay, cool. Now he's crippled. That's cool. We need to work that in. He's having a hard time. Right? But those same 3 options I thought of before, they're still there. Now, Okay, the one where he swings from the. Now that I've hit him, that's less likely. I could still write it that way. It's harder to
There's more
suspend
potential
disbelief,
for
you know?
error.
Yeah.
It makes something like when Reggie's got shot in the neck. It makes something like that more impactful if it isn't just like 10 hit points. No. I actually did get shot in the neck because I took dice damage. Like I can't do certain things as well as I did before. Yeah. So that creates just a better like reaction. Like for me, I think for me anyway. Like that's
exactly. Like,
and it makes sixes feel great if you're like down 2 dice. I rolled a 6. Like I overcame this. How? Like that's that much more impactful.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you might have a 2 in health, and you just took 1 health damage, and so like if you take half your hit points away, right? Well, I still have half my hit points left. I'm fine. Like I can still, but like 1 more hit.
Right. Yeah,
like,
and also imagine
I can't walk. I can still think.
I also think about like in terms of both the player's feelings and portrayal of the woundedness or whatever, and also the mechanics, because I'm literally lowering your chances of succeeding. Right. This is more likely to convey, either on purpose or just by the way that's the mechanics way, the fact that you're fucked up. Imagine like if right now whatever a hit point is, I just took away half of yours. Imagine right now you lost half your hit points. You'd probably fall down and be puking. You wouldn't want to. I don't know what half a hit point half my hit points is, but I guarantee you, if I lost half of them, I fucking feel it. I'd be on the floor.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I would not be swinging my sword for the next round.
Well, that was my whole issue for this session is that I was starting out with 1 psyche. So every time you were like roll psyche, I was like, "Fuck, this is it."
Fucking hanging on by a thread.
You're barely hanging on.
And it's like it was 5, 6, 5. Like,
it was beautiful.
It was so perfect. I mean, the dice fucking know, right? Yeah. It's like you kept rolling yes, but.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense because you had 1 die. It was so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, and then as far as like the hit point thing, I know we're talking about like hit points is like a discrete unit, but I've always looked at it as more of like a stamina thing.
Stamina. Yeah.
So it's like, you take a little nick here, you get a bruise here, you get, bashed on the fucking head or whatever. So it's just like you're wearing down. Same thing with a miss isn't a miss necessarily. Like, I swing my sword at him.
But the last one kills you. So it's kind of like if you have a hit point pool, then every hit that hits you is stamina, except the last one.
Yeah. Essentially.
Yeah, and I mean the problem is that in most systems, hit points are detached from everything else.
Yeah.
So like your hit points have no, and I understand to a certain extent why unless you do it
has
the
value.
way,
it's something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I think the problem is unless
I understand why video games do it that way. Yeah. It's gamey. Right. It's simple. Okay, this is a game.
Gives you something to track. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean the problem is that I think if you do make them in a normal system where all you're doing is just rolling a d20, or like in Rogue Trader or anything like that, you're rolling a 100, right? The problem with that is if you do treat it as, well, once I reach this point, I start taking negative, and once I reach this point, I start taking even more negative. At that point, it becomes, that's when you get the death spiral mechanic. And when it becomes harder, as you get closer to death, as it becomes harder for you to survive, it becomes easier for you to die. So you get closer to death in that it goes slow, but then once you reach halfway, your chance to die speeds up significantly. Whereas in this,
mechanically, because why?
Because it makes it harder for you to hit. It makes it harder for you to get out of danger.
So it's like when you're at negative 50 hit points, you get a -5 on the attack roll?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like say I get poisoned, so say we're playing in like D&D, right? If say I get poisoned, and in getting poisoned, I take a negative to my constitution, but constitution is the stat I need in order to break out of the poison. every single time I get poisoned, my chance to survive that poison gets less and less, and it's the poison that's affecting it. So in making it harder, it just makes it just brings me more and more until it's literally impossible for me to survive anymore.
Right.
Whereas,
I see.
And
what DayTrippers is trying to do, or what Core is trying to do, again, my models are, I say frame, and I do think about comic books a lot, but more of my experiences come from television, episodic television shows. That's generally what I'm thinking of when I think like, this is how the writer's mind works, and I'm in a way kind of trying to emulate that. We're in a writer's room together coming up with these great ideas. None of us want these characters to die. We're all fans of these characters. Okay, we'll kill them if that's the best way to end this fucking story.
Exactly.
We will kill them, but we would prefer to have a job next year and keep on writing these characters. We love these guys. So we need to do things that are interesting. Now, let's say this character, his high stat is might. So he's always, bashing the door down and lifting the heavy object and, saving the damsel, by grabbing her and pulling her back up out of the hole or whatever. That starts to get boring. But what if we attack his might a little bit? And you're saying, well, in other systems, that might lead him into the death spiral because his only trick is might. In this system, what I'm saying, in the writer's room, what I'm saying is, might gets boring. How about he tries solving the problem another way?
Yep.
Which is what I appreciated about this session, is that it gave Trae other options. Trae is he hasn't actually been in a fight necessarily. He hasn't really done other, but his way out, in and out of things, is always, his mind is always working it out that way. And while he still did that to a certain extent, like he really got through the situations and got into the situation in a more physical manner.
Yeah, badass. Badass.
But there was the time when he killed Jerkus too. I mean, we're basically learning when Trae pulls the gun, someone's head is exploding.
Yeah, right.
There's going to be no hesitation about it. Someone's head is exploding.
Yep. The only reason he didn't kill that guard at the front of the door is because it was faster for him to just run.
Yeah, there are other people around.
We're going to have to put like a shock collar on him or something.
Yes.
Like a dog to fucking train him.
Yeah.
I'll just hack the fucking collar.
Sure, he would. He got you there, Nash. He's got you there.
Damn.
I can just imagine Nash hitting the button and Trae just looking at him and like, bop.
Good stuff.
I know. I'm kind of like imagining. Okay, well, how would Tony Stark hold Trae in like maybe magnetic suspension or something? You're gonna have to pull that machine out of his head, or he's getting out of there.
Yeah.
Don't give him ideas. Don't give yourself ideas. Maybe that's
well, fantastic session. It was crazy.
Yes.
It was fuck.
So fun. So fun.
I don't think I've ever been more energized during a session like that.
It was good.
Yeah, there's been more than a couple, but this one is at the top probably.
That was the first one. I felt like I know it's a shitty movie, but Star Wars Episode 1 with the fight with what's his name, with Darth Maul, when Obi-Wan gets stuck behind the laser gates. That's how I felt. It's like every time it switched back to you guys, I felt like the gate closed and I'm just waiting. Like I just want to get to the next
just waiting
part.
for Qui-Gon to die.
Yeah, and it opens and I rush and then it closes again. And I'm like, all right.
That was good. Oh, God.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yay, so fun.
Thank
Can't
you,
wait.
thank you,
Thank
and
you.
good night.
Thank
Oh,
Yep.
let's go get some sleep.
Yeah.
I am calling out of work tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
No, I have a day. I have a day.
Nice,
I
nice.
have to go bring my daughter for a COVID test. Yeah.
Yay!
I'm going to get a COVID test tomorrow too.
Yay!
Yeah, I get one
Because they
every
fucked me
Friday at
over
work.
my doctor's appointment, so I got to go back again.
Ah, nice. No, Jamie is having tonsil surgery on Tuesday, so she has to get a test before she goes in.
Mhm.
Well, good luck
These
with all
days,
that.
that's scary, man. Sorry about
That
that.
is, yeah.
No. She's just having her tonsils and her adenoids removed.
Mhm.
It's a simple thing, but
Yeah.
only
Well, I know,
because
but
of,
it's just like
yeah.
when I take my daughter to the
Yeah.
dentist once a month to have her braces adjusted,
Mhm.
and that freaks me out because like how many people come in and out of this office every time? I don't know. Right?
Yeah. Well,
Especially now,
that's the big thing is because of COVID right now. Only one of us is allowed. So my wife is going to the hospital with her. So it's an overnight too. So they're leaving at like 8:00 or actually no, 5:30 in the morning on Tuesday. And I'm not, and they're not going to be back until Wednesday afternoon.
Oh wow!
So,
Jeez.
and it's the first time that her and her sister have ever been apart in almost 6 years.
And then
So
and then after that, you get to wait 14 days waiting to see if symptoms arise.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
She likes it though. She gets to eat yogurt and ice cream for a week.
Been rubbing in her sister's face.
Exactly. Oh yeah, we're already hearing it. If Jamie gets to eat ice cream, then I don't think it's really fair that she gets to eat it and I don't.
Nice.
And I keep telling her, well, you get your tonsils taken out and then you can eat ice cream.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? It's all a matter of how you describe it, right? Any good GM knows you could describe the same numbers in different ways to get a different effect.
Exactly.
Just tell you what, we'll rip a few pieces of flesh out of your body.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly what I said. Okay, well, if you let me take your tonsils out then you can have some ice cream. How's that?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Here is a melon ball scooper.
Let me in there.
Open up.
I'll give you this. I'll knock you out first.
Yeah.
She's already been there. She's already been there. A year and a half ago, she had hernia surgery and she was knocked out for a couple of hours. So
my earliest memory, I had my tonsils removed when I was like 2.5 years old. My earliest memory is waking up in the hospital room after the operation.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, jeez.
It was dark. My mother was on the other bed and she was asleep, and the door opened and my grandfather came in and he brought me a book, and I think it was Peter Pan. It was a Disney illustrated Peter Pan.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So as far back as I can remember on this planet.
That's insane.
Fuck, I don't remember shit.
I remember when I was about 4-ish.
I can't even remember why I walked out of the
leaving.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
got
remember
down
what I
here.
did 2 days ago.
That's completely separated from the next memory in line is probably like 1.5 or 2 years later. It's like all blip all by itself.
My next memory is probably like 6 years after that.
Yeah, it's weird. All right, you guys.
All right.
Thank
you, Todd.
Take it easy.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, guys.
for playing. Thank you
So
for not
good.
killing Reggie, John.
I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I just wanted
tried.
it out there. It was
tried.
I knew it was gonna go either way, and I was fine with it.
Like Todd said, it's an option. If it's the best option, then go.
Then we all have to go
This is the
together.
best option right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in the.
I ran with the
fucking
painting thing. I was like, maybe I'll just dissolve it all.
That was beautiful.
You know what? And it did end up being useful. I mean, it like Reggie felt like he had egg on his face for being wrong, but that actually was the experiment that proved this was all about Frank.
Yep, I'm a scientist. I said it.
Yeah. So don't feel bad.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, good night.
Good night, everyone.
All right, take it easy. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. Thanks, everybody. Catch you next time.
Peace.